Hey guys, welcome to Little Blackbird 91. Listen, we're going to talk to you guys about a few things today. Cory, Hardrict, Mowry, Offset, Cardi, B, talking about Jim Jones and Chrissy. I mean, the list goes on. But I want to talk to you today about, listen, I want to tell you something. Too many people are wasting your time. Hear me out. Too many people are wasting, hold on, got to look at my beard, your time. Why would you allow somebody to waste your time in a relationship? Can I keep it a buck? Listen, before we even start the whole Cardi B situation, let's have a real conversation. Let's get this out the way, okay? All right? Some of you are allowing people to waste your time. Okay? All right? They do not want the relationship. They don't want the marriage, okay? They don't want to treat you good. They're wasting your time.
Not on my watch. Not on my watch.
It shouldn't be on your watch that there's a person's wasting your time. We've got Cardi B, an Offset situation. It's a waste of time. It's been a waste of time for years. So why is that situation gone in? It's been a waste of time. Jim Jones and Chrissy split up after how many years? After she proposed to him in 2007 or whatever. He never married her. It's been a waste of time. We got Mowry now telling us how she's, unfortunately her and her sister are not really talking, and it's been a bit difficult between herself and her sister as well, and so it's been a little bit political, but it's been what? A waste of time. Okay? All right? We've been wasting time. Too many people are wasting time on people that are not serious. You're suffering in that relationship, waiting for that person to change, and they don't be changing. The only thing that changes is your temperament towards them, is your frustration towards them, is your anger towards them, is your hurt towards them, but you're wasting your time. Let me tell you something. Look, we say this all the time, and you already know this, but I'm going to say it for you again. Men know who they want. Men know who to treat well, and they know who to marry. Men know who they want. Men know who they want to marry, and they know who to treat well. Let me say it one more time for you. Men know who they want to marry, who they want, and who, okay, again, once more, okay, let me say it again, who they treat well. So it's a waste of time trying to change that man. It's a waste of time. You are becoming a Bob the Builder in that situation. For what reason? He's wasting your time. Too many women enter into a relationship and it's been 2, 3, 4, 5 years. You tell me he doesn't know you telling me he doesn't know what he wants? It's been 2, 3, 4, 5 years. He does not know what he wants. It's been 2, 3, 4, 5 years. You discuss marriage and he's like, it's not there yet. It's not there yet. Now, are we talking about outliers? Of course, there are outliers out there. There are outliers who are the X's in the far corner of a graph who are literally outliers. They are not your normal people. A man dragging you for 2, 3, 4, 5 years is wasting your time. Okay, maybe not 2, maybe 2 might be a little bit early, but you should be hearing conversation. Let me tell you this now. A man that is intentional, a man that is intentional starts the process early. Okay? There was a review I was meant to even do a couple of weeks ago. Hold on, let me just make sure. There was a review I was meant to do a couple of weeks ago about the balloon. And there's a gentleman on there, okay? He was intentional, right? The way he had a date with a girl, he went and saw her, she came in to see him, and he was already planning the future. He's intentional. The man that wanted to marry the girl after 2 months, now maybe someone might say he was love bombing, but he's intentional. After 2 months, he's ready to marry. When a man knows, the reality of the situation is they're wasting your time and your good years. As a woman, you've got good years. I don't want anyone to lie to you. They're going to lie to you and tell you, listen, there's no good years. You have good years. Do not let them waste it. You have good years. No, let's not lie. You have good years. Let's not waste it. Waste it on men that are not intentional and that are not forward thinking. Don't waste good years. Chrissy is now 53. My God. 53. Time has been wasted. You can pray all the prayers you want to pray. Listen, my guy, time has been wasted. The canker worm has come, and look, we can pray all those prayers. Lord, restore your years, but the year has been wasted. Wasted. And look, and so I want to help people here to pass this message to them. So if somebody's here and you know they need this message, you got a friend who don't listen to you today, pass this message to them. Stop wasting your time with that man. Stop wasting your time with that girl. There are men and there are women who are becoming buffers for people for no reason. There are men and there are women who honestly are staying in situations where the other party has no real intention towards moving the relationship forward. None. So I'm saying to you again, it is not a problem. Listen, you entered into that relationship, but the question is, how serious are you? No. Then the question comes now, how serious are you? Because when you are intentional, I have to be intentional. I've got no other choice. When you make intentional moves, it forces me to be intentional. Right? When you become intentional, it forces other people to be intentional with you. Oh yeah, I pinned the link. Okay? Right? It forces that. Okay, and I love the example you gave there. Sierra is a great example of somebody who went after something. She said, "Listen, I need to find me a." Sorry, my alarm going off. I need to find me a man that's going to be intentional about the way he's going to love me and he's going to care about me. Now they can call him all the names underneath the sun, but that man is intentional. You see how he loves her out loud, without embarrassment. You see how that man loves her out? Forget, we're not talking about money and nothing. Just the way he loves Sierra out loud and loves her child as well, as his own. It's intentional. Yesterday, I just had a video, a live with brother Lev and Lex, right? Sister Lex, about kingdom marriages. They were on their second marriage. I had it last night, right? And this was their second marriage. Okay? And it didn't take long. They did the 2 years dating and they were ready to go. Married. But he also loved her enough that he loves it. He kept on calling it his son. He kept on calling his son. And it wasn't his son. It's a stepson. When a man wants you, as Chris Brown would say, when a rich nigga wants you, baby. Like, when someone wants something, nothing stops them. You feel what I'm saying to you? The reason why it's stalling is because they don't really want you. But the reality of the situation is that they can't find better. So they're stuck. Why are we wasting time, man? You got to know that you can do better. And sometimes doing better doesn't mean the man with more pockets or more money or more cars. Sometimes it doesn't even mean matching the person with the same. Like, I'm looking at Cardi B's situation. Now, the only reason I can see Cardi B's situation is that I see that with Cardi B, she's probably thinking, you know what? Let me be honest. I want all my kids to be one baby father. Okay, cool. But baby, did you have to sit there for how long you sat there for? See, people that know better usually do better. You don't know better. That's the problem with Cardi B. She doesn't know better. See, when I say know better, what I mean by that is you can believe something, but don't live the truth of it. Because faith and belief are two different things. Let me say it again. You can believe something, but have no faith in it. The Bible says the demons even believe that God is one, but they don't have faith in Jesus. What does that let you know? There's a difference. There's a gap between belief and faith. The word belief means to accept something is true, but to have faith in it means to have trust and confidence in it. When you don't have trust and confidence in yourself, in your esteem, in your worth, in your ability to get in the area of relationships, it leaves you in a place where you choose what's not good for you. In fact, when you allow your wants to dominate your needs, don't let me start getting out my notes, Bree. Y'all gonna make me get out my notes today. Okay. When your wants begin to dominate your needs, you got a big problem. Right? When your wants begin to dominate your needs, you've got a big problem. And the wants will start to dominate the needs when we are not in tune with ourselves. So when we're not in tune with ourselves, we allow our wants, and the wants usually are external factors that we like about the individual person versus the internal. Right? Oh, is there static in the mic? Okay, hold on. Hello. Can y'all hear me? Is that clearer? It might have been the devil out to get me today, baby. You trying to get me? Hold on. Let's reduce the sound quality. Can y'all hear me? Okay, listen. So I want to make sure, and the sound is it good? Yes, loud and clear. Fantastic. Okay, cool. So as I was saying, right, when you allow your wants to dominate your needs, you got a big problem. In fact, I want to show you a little bit of my slide. I'm going to show you a little bit of slide so you can actually see this as well, right? I probably should have made this in a PDF because it'll make it easier, but we'll do that in a second, right? So I'm going to show you my slide so that you can see it, and then I'm going to open up the panel as well for you later, guys. All right, okay, this is my little worksheet. So when I'm coaching clients, okay, all right, when I'm coaching clients, I'll be showing them this stuff so they can actually see it as well. So if you've ever been coached by me, you might have seen this, right? So listen, when we're talking about needs and wants, we have to understand that, listen, your needs, okay, all right, your needs, okay, are to help you have a healthy, fulfilling, long-lasting relationship. Your needs, okay, are crucial for having a healthy, fulfilling, long-lasting relationship. And they are needed for an emotional and psychological well-being of you in a relationship. When you start to realize your well-being, your emotional and your physiological well-being is being compromised, you know at that point that relationship is a problem. When your emotional and physiological well-being is now coming into question, it is more than likely that relationship is now beginning to have the wants over the needs. The wants are the added pleasure on top, the added joy on top, the added smiles, the added happiness on top. It is not to replace your needs. Okay? It's not to replace your needs. So when I'm looking at Cardi B and Offset, it's telling me that the needs have been put to the side for the wants. Right? So when you look at like the importance of needs, right? If you look at Cardi B and Offset, they're not an exception. Okay? It's not an exception. Okay, what the wants and needs in this aspect, right? With Cardi B, what we're seeing is that the person doesn't realize that their wants are important enough to state them and to assert them and to follow through. And many of us are in that place when we're operating out of trauma. We actually push our wants over our needs. So our needs are to help us have a stable, happy, long-lasting, fulfilling, healthy relationship. But we will choose the wants over the needs, the candy over the meal. The candy is not a problem. It's just meant to be a supplement to the meal, not the candy being the meal. So when you don't know your needs, here's what happens. You can't foster safe environments for vulnerability, right? When you don't know your needs, you're going to operate out of trauma, right? When you don't know your needs, you're going to undercommit or overcommit to a relationship. When you don't know your needs, you know what's going to happen to you, okay, right? You're going to stay in relationships longer than you need to. When you don't know your needs, you don't know what to change in the relationship to enhance it or to move it forward or to improve it or to increase the satisfaction of that relationship. When you don't know your needs, then you're not able to articulate them. And guess what? When you can't articulate, you aren't going to get your needs met. And then relationships become a place of luxury, right? And cost. So I break it down like this again, right? Just a few things of wants and needs, right? If you look at the wants column, okay? Now, again, they can be interchangeables in some areas, right? But wants, Common shared interest. It's not, doesn't necessarily have to be, right? Physical attributes, a type of car, a house, humor, musical taste, artistry taste, class, tax brackets. I mean, I would say that within reason on class and tax brackets. You know what I'm saying to you? You know, some of the tax brackets do need to be adhered to in the needs area. I can't lie to you. We're going higher, we're going bigger. So, material interest, cultural backgrounds, right? They're not necessarily an absolute need. They fall into the wants. They add something to the relationship. Now, of course, if you wanted somebody who's from the same cultural background, I'm not gonna budge you. Me too. I want someone from the same cultural background. I want it. I'd rather have it in the needs section, but you know, I could date somebody from a Jamaican background or a Nigerian background. You know what I'm saying to you, right? But whereas you look at the needs, if you look at the needs, it's really important around the intrinsic qualities of that person, the values, okay? Like, for instance, your affection, your love languages, safe spaces for intimacy, right? In the financial, emotional, mental, spiritual, sexual spaces, right? Being acknowledged, appreciation, autonomy, acceptance, affirmations, cultural background, intellectual stimulation, and the list goes on, because I actually did an extra list, okay? Trust, respect, faith, grace, novelty, personal growth, prioritization, humor, validation. There's a whole bunch of things that go underneath the needs list that are actually way more important, that keep you safe in your relationship. You know what I'm saying to you? There's nothing wrong with that. Yes, Elena, you can have that in the needs section as well, right? That's the way. That's the part where it can go on both. It can go on both. It can flip. Okay, it can flip. So when you're looking at Cardi B and you're looking at Tia Mowry, you're looking at Chrissy, Chrissy with Jim Jones. Okay, time is being wasted because they don't believe that their needs are important. They've not prioritized their own needs. Okay, all right. So this is really important. Like, don't let people waste your time. Don't let people waste your time because you're not in tune with yourself and are prioritizing your own needs. Don't let people waste your time. You know what I'm saying to you? You want to be married, then you need to prioritize that and say that you're intentional about it, that you're not here to waste time. Don't be scared to put that across to the person. Listen, the right man will not be scared. Listen, I watched a video the other day. Let me tell you. Let me show you a video that I watched the other day. I'm telling you, people are intentional. I mean, let me see if I can even find it. I was watching too many videos yesterday. I hope I can find it. There was a couple. The gentleman said he met her the very first day. He knew that he wanted to marry her. He told her straight, I want to marry you. Look, don't let people waste your time in this place, man. People are wasting time out here. Men that are not serious, man. They're wasting your time, my guy. A man that meets you knows. This is the whole point. A man that meets you, he knows. Look, he does not need to grow into understanding and knowing. He knows. The first day let me tell you something. Number one, attraction is the main thing for men. Let's be honest, at the very beginning. Let's not lie. Attraction is a big thing, physical attraction. Once he finds you physically attractive, he's now looking to see quickly, and he assesses it really quickly. What qualities does she have really, really quick? Within the first few interactions, he knows. He knows that you're a mad woman or not, bro. The first few interactions, he's like, I like this girl. I'm probably going to marry her. Or the first few interactions, I like her, but I'm going to sex her. Right? Don't let people waste your what? Your time. How can Chrissy be 53? Beautiful woman, Chrissy. Absolutely stunning. And you let Jim Jones drag you to 53. And you were engaged for how long? You're not married. You've now broken up. What is the point? You can't get that time back. Time has been wasted. Offset and Cardi B, that man kept on coming back. Right? That man kept on coming back time after time after time. Man will come on stage while you're performing, telling the whole world how much he loves you and misses you. Meanwhile, he had cheated on you and cheated again. And now he's even cheated now. And he's still embarrassing you. Forget about narcissist. He just has power over you. Forget about narcissist. He's the typical ghetto boy that has power over you, Cardi B, and has had power over you and doesn't believe you're going to change. He's just a man that believes that you won't change. He's a man that believes that you will never, ever, ever leave him. Because you've shown him on several occasions you won't leave him. In the times that he thought you would leave him, you never left him. You came right back. So why do you think he will not pollute you and try to treat you badly? Of course he will. Of course he's going to play you again in your face. Because he's done played you in your face more than once. No, listen, people make mistakes. You know what I mean? People make mistakes. Do you know what I'm saying to you? People make mistakes. So when Offset cheats the first time, okay, he made a mistake. I mean, me personally, yeah, it's not a mistake. But, okay. But he's done this on several occasions. Several occasions. At a point, you have to let him know that you're willing to walk away. The power of being able to walk away from a situation is paramount. Never let them think that you will never walk away. Look, even if you're married, you should still let them know. When I say let them know, what I mean by that is, okay, all right, what I mean by that is, okay, is that there should be a healthy fear that, you know what, if I mistreat my partner, they will walk away. There should never be that thought process where if I can just treat them anyhow, anyway, they're going to stay. Because, you know, the Bible says, there's no Bible here that's going to make it say, if you mistreat me, my door is open, I could be walking. That does not mean that I'm not trying to work it out and fight for love. It means when you are abusive, when you are a place of complacency, when you are refusing to serve my needs for years on end, oh, my friend, the door is waiting for me. And the door should be waiting for you. If I'm out here in the streets, don't let me waste your time. Please don't let people waste your time. They are not changing. They're not going to change. They don't want to change. I would have played the Cardi B stuff, but because it's swearing in it, I was like, I don't like it. I was like, it's too much swearing in it, so we'll leave it alone. Do you know what I'm saying to you? But yeah, people have wasted time. Okay? But I will show you this aspect where she put this screenshot up as well. Hold on. She put the screenshot and I was like, yeah. Listen, as I've heard it said, listen, time is not money. Okay? Time is not money. Because if you were to, and I heard it from Myron Golden. Sorry about that, I got a bit of spit there. I heard it from Myron Golden, right? Okay? And he said this, that time is not money. If you're on your deathbed, you could exchange time for money. But you can't. When you're on your deathbed, you'll pay everything you could to just have a health, right? Your time is not your money, right? You can't buy back time in some sense, right? Once time is gone, it's gone. So in reality, the truth of the matter is time isn't money. So don't be thinking because you're getting money that time has been well spent. Some of these relationships are a waste of time. Cardi B, and the problem also is, again, because of the industry they're in, there's a certain type of male or woman that you want. But the reality of the situation is, Cardi B just needs to go underground. Keep her mouth. You know what? You earn enough money now, Cardi B. Leave the ghetto shenanigans behind. Sis, leave the ghetto-wise shenanigans behind. Okay? All right? When I say ghetto-wise, what I really mean that is, leave the ratchicity. Okay? Leave the low vibrational, low functioning behavior behind. Pull that away. Start working on your mental and emotional health. You are a smart woman. I've heard Cardi B speak. She's a smart woman. Look, aside everything else, she's a smart woman. But you're wasting your time when you don't want to elevate your mind mentally. Right? And now we are choosing people who are actually respecting, okay, who are respecting the very person and the version who you are right now. Okay? So the person who you are, like, how can I interact with anything else but the interface you've given us already? You're telling me there's more code behind the interface. There's more to you than what meets the eye. Yet the interface keeps telling me this is all you're going to get. How am I meant to see there's more if you won't show me there's more? The reason why someone like Offset is going to be appeasing to Cardi B is because the interface is problematic. Okay? The interface is problematic. And so she needs to start rewiring the mind, changing the thought processes, come into a more healthy space where her needs are most important. Right? There's no excuses now. You got your 3 kids, you're done, Cardi. Okay? You got 3 children, 1 on the way, whatever, or 4 children, whatever. You're done. You don't need any more kids. You're done. Focus on your mental and emotional health. Okay? Focus on your mental and emotional health. Otherwise, you'll keep attracting offsets who will keep setting you off. What's the point? Heartbreak is always waiting for you. You know? Heartbreak's always waiting for you. She put this thing on as well. She said, you cheat on me years after years, my nigga. The only difference is you got caught and I didn't. You would be even more butthurt if you knew the relationship and me and Takeoff had before he passed. Rest in peace to the only real Negro from the group. I miss those nights. Damn. She really was going low. She went low. You know when the water hits. She went low. She said, listen, you cheated on me years after years. My end. The only difference is you got caught and I didn't. You would be even more butthurt if you knew the relationship me and Takeoff had before he passed. Rest in peace to the only real N from the group. I miss those nights. Damn. She went low. Damn. She went down. She said, if I'm going to go low, I'm going to go low. The post has been deleted. Okay? All right? She said she wanted to go low. Yeah. She going to go low. Okay? All right? So she damn. She went low. Is that fake? If it's fake, I don't know if it's fake or not. But all I know is, listen, the actual reality of the situation is this, right? I need Cardi to elevate and rise up, okay? Staying in the mud, playing with the pigs, only gets you more pigs. It doesn't get you elevated people and elevated mindsets. Staying in the mud with people staying in the mud will only attract people that like the mud. You understand what I'm saying to you? So I'm not even going to, and I know people ask me about what I felt about her getting her own back on him. Can I be honest with you? Listen, getting your own back, never really getting your own back, but I understand it. Okay? Getting your own back really isn't getting your own back. Okay? All right? But I understand it. Okay? You know what I mean? I know I need to see that damn. I need to find where if I have that meme. But you know, getting your own back really isn't your own back. But I understand why people do it, right? Because there's a lot of pain that you're feeling as well. Good Lord. There's a lot of pain that you're feeling, and that's why you did what you did, right? Did she get her lick back? In some sense, but at the cost of herself as well. But yes, she got her lick back. You know what I'm saying to you? And of course, she did it when she was pregnant, so it's kind of mad that she did that again. But what is hell to somebody who doesn't believe in heaven? Nothing. What is hell to somebody who does not believe in God? It means nothing. You know what I'm saying to you? So us trying to put something on Cardi, I bet Cardi doesn't even care. I bet Cardi doesn't even care. She got her get back, and she don't care. So there would be no point me saying, Cardi, this ain't it, because Cardi's in the space of, I don't care. You know what I mean? So I understand. You know what I mean? So I get it. I tell her why she wants to get lit back. You know, play with certain people. You go lie with some people. You gonna catch fleas. And obviously, like I said, Offset is Offset. He's always gonna be that same guy. Me personally, here's my thing to Offset. Right? Here's my thing to Offset. You will never truly be happy if you can't be faithful to somebody. You will never truly be happy. No matter how much money you have, Offset, no matter how much your boys smile at you, when you go to bed at night, you know that no matter how many B's and H's, as they say, okay, no matter how much of these women that you sleep with, none of them are going to tickle your mind the way that you need to when you have a person, okay, that you love. Humans are made for love. So the fact that you don't love someone with your full heart and chest, it will always burn you. The fact that you can't be faithful and you're always cheating, it will always burn you. My friend, it looks good now, but when you go to bed at night and you're by yourself, you know yourself, you're not comfortable. So you can smile all you want, You can shout from the rooftops all you want. You can party all you want. You can be as successful as you want. You can have all the money in the world as you want. But I'm telling you, when you're alone at home in your bed, or even if you're not alone, you're with other women beside you, it doesn't make a difference. You feel alone. It will never be enough. This is something I know and I guarantee it. So it doesn't matter what he does, he's going to be miserable. So he needs to change that. Because when you can't love someone and you can't be faithful to them, it's actually a rejection of yourself. It is an inability to be self-disciplined. It is speaking largely about how you feel about you. The Bible says, love your wife as you love yourself. If you are somebody who's a serial cheat, you don't love yourself. Why would you want to be in a situation where you keep on cheating a person? You ever played a game before and you always have to use a cheat code to win? Right? Where's the satisfaction in winning a game where you always have to use a cheat code? You remember playing GTA and you used to have the cheat code book? Right? The cheat code book is for when you complete the game. When you complete the game, then use a cheat code. But if you use a cheat code whilst playing the game, completing all the levels, yeah, it's fun. But you didn't do it. You didn't do it the right way. Right? You want to put unlimited health. Up, down, X, zero, X, circle, up, down, triangle, unlimited health. Beautiful. Okay, you can. But the reality of the situation is, you ain't completed the game yet. So you doing a cheat code now, you're actually cheating yourself of the actual achievement of achieving something. So you're not gonna be comfortable, right? You're not gonna be comfortable. You see, look, you can cheat all you want. Okay? You can cheat all you want. But at the end of it, you'll never feel the sense of accomplishment you need to actually feel. Never. So he really needs to look at that. He really needs to look at that. Because honestly, it's a problem. Okay. It's a problem. Okay. So he needs to work on that. And work on that in a way that will start actually bringing healing to him, because if he doesn't, it's gonna be a problem. Yeah, her overall aesthetic, doesn't give wifey. I understand what you mean. Yeah, it's giving. I want a hood nigga, hood negro, and that's again coming down to her mindset. I think she needs to go and rebrand. I think she needs to go and do some healing. I think she needs some therapy. I think she needs to be in a place where she actually starts to do some shadow work, as they would say, right? But for me, just doing some therapy, because it's going to cause issues in the future, not just for her, but for her future kids too. And she needs to work on that. Okay, let's look at this Cory Hardrict situation, because baby, actually wait, there's a little bit more. Actually, I forgot to say. There's this Cardi B and Offset. There were some tweets that I think they exchanged. So Offset said, "The fact you keep going shows you hurt. Leave alone. Don't you got an N-word? Ain't we divorced?" Cardi B said, "Laugh my ass off. Coming from the same one that had me DM'd all weekend, crashing out because he was blocked. Hurt because I was going to Paris. He right. It will be the last time talking about his lame ass." Offset said, "Everybody can see I don't want you. It's okay. I'm not talking about this no more. All love. You'll be calling me a couple months. You're my baby mother. I won." Okay. So the question is, did he win with her as a baby mother? In some shape or form, yeah. In some shape or form, from a very dark place, yeah. From a very dark place, yeah, he won. From a very dark place, he won. But where he loses is that he forgets that the game is also rigged. Because now you got kids. If you really cared about your kids, how you treat the mother is going to affect the kids. The game is only won if you're only selfishly thinking about you and not thinking about your legacy or your offspring. If you don't think about your offspring or your legacy, then yeah, you won. Yeah, because it's just you, innit? It's you. You know what I'm saying to you? Then you won. Okay? Then you won. But if you're not thinking about your legacy, you're not thinking about your offspring, then my guy, you didn't win. Because in this instance, you have a baby mother who you're sleeping with, cheating on, okay, all right? And you have children with her, right? And those children are going to see that situation. right? So you can win in some aspects, yeah. If you don't care about anybody else, you'll win, right? If you don't care about anybody else, you win, yeah, you win. If you don't care about anybody else, you win. But since you have children with her, and I'm assuming you do care about your children, then you don't win. You don't win in this situation, right? Now, obviously, in a situation for Cardi B, you know, that's really, you know, for her, you're now stuck with this goon forever. That's the only problem with Cardi B. You are stuck with this man forever. My. It ain't easy. Okay. So she showed the text messages of him crashing out. He said, "You don't want me." She said, "Not really." He said, "Okay, you want someone else." She said, "Offset, please." He said, "Okay, I'll leave you alone." She said, "Please, have a good night." He's like, "I just wanted to know." And he said, "Can I off with you on the phone?" So I'm guessing he wanted to do something sexual. And she said, obviously, she said, "Oh, baby, trying to slide with the ops is never a good look. You know, I started talking to Nickers on the June 24th. Not my birthday, baby. Why you gonna do it on my birthday? You could have chosen any other day, but on my birthday, you wanted to do this madness, these shenanigans." Okay, talking to Nickers on June 24th. "Didn't I tell you I would spill my own tea? Damn." He said, "You Cardi B, N-word gonna hit you. I would too. The thing is that you just get effed 3 kids a little too late." He said, "Damn, nobody wins, man. Nobody wins when this stuff out. This is the mother of your kids, my guy."
Let's be honest. You got 3 kids. I'm not saying you're washed, but you got 3 kids for this man. You've been building a life with him for a long time. If you think another nigga that's going to be, first of all, women usually date up in status. If you think you're going to find a guy more successful that's a rapper, current rapper, a guy more successful than Offset, that's going to slide in and basically pick up the controller on that NBA 2K25 My Player Save game. So is going to come and with you. They're going to on you, but for the most part, I think it'll be very difficult to find a guy that is way more lit than this guy.
Wow. Okay, I can't even, because I think her live was a bit crazy. So her live was a bit crazy. I don't want to go through all the swearing and the madness that ends up happening. So, so the crazy thing again, you know, the crazy thing up here situation is that this is a silly situation, right? On both their ends, but specifically more with Offset. I always say that men set the trend and set the pace, and they're leaders. Why are you dragging your baby mother onto the internet? It's crazy for me. It's crazy for me, right? Why you want to drag the mother of your kids onto the internet is crazy for me, my guy. Okay? It's crazy to me. Okay? You know what I'm saying to you? So yes, is it going to be difficult for Cardi B to find a man like to find a man in that same status bracket? Yeah, it's going to be difficult, which is what I'm saying to. But here's the thing: she needs a rebrand. Okay, she needs a rebrand. She needs to go and do the emotional work. Okay, because it's possible. If Sierra can find Russell Wilson, is it Wilson? Russell. Yeah, whatever his name is. My friend, it is possible. But go and rewire the brain of your mind. Go and rebrand the mind that you have. Go and rebrand it, okay? All right? Go do the healing work that you need to go and do. Because we can't make the same mistake again. Time is being wasted. Time is being wasted. Someone said Sierra was not singing WAP. Was not singing WAP. She weren't, you know, she was singing 1-2 step. You know what I'm saying to you? Okay? Alright? She was singing 1-2 step. But here's the thing. Right? A change of mindset can bring a different man. Okay? Yes, I agree. Cardi is not Sierra. I absolutely agree. But that is a rebrand that she needs to do with her mind. Okay? Because one thing about Cardi is she's a go-getter, she's smart, she's intelligent. You know what I'm saying to you? Okay? All right? And, you know, I think also as well that, you know, with Cardi B, You know, she's got a sex appeal about her. Men will like her. Listen, but you need to present it in the right way. It needs a repackaging and a rebranding. That's what I said about the we need to release the ratchiousness. The rashiciousness, we need to release it. The rashicity, we need to release it. The rashicity is done. Leave it alone. It's only bringing goons and man them in the traps. Leave the rashicity. Go on a 2-year journey. Go and heal. Go and drink water. Go on the mountains. Go fast. You got enough money. The rashicity is enough. It's enough. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Okay? The rashicity is enough. Go. Okay? Go. Take some time out. Go and heal. Okay, all right. Go and find a therapist, one that's really good. There's Dr. Spirit out there. There's even Dr. Brian out there. My guy, listen, find someone. Even Tony Gaskin says he'll even have you. Somebody will have you, my guy. Go to them and begin to do the work behind the scenes. Okay, and we're gonna choose someone a little bit different. Okay? Let's change it. Man, it's crazy, don't you? Okay, let's look at obviously Cory, the Cory Hardrict situation, because the Tia Mowry situation, because that, and I don't know if I can even show it all the way, because I think it will definitely give me a copyright, so I'm going to have to find a way to do this. The rashicity.
This doesn't feel good, and I feel alone. Wow. I got tired of people thinking that everything was perfect when it wasn't. If you want to know what really happened,
rashicity, 100, 200, 300. Rashicity, 300, 400, 500.
I have this beautiful house. I have amazing kids, but the one thing that I don't have is love.
You know, I've never dated. Cory was my first.
Right. Yes.
Everything. I had.
So, the rashicity. The rashicity.
No experience when it came to dating. Tia Landry got more dates than Tia Mowry. I just put my foot, like, just tiptoed into dating, and I quit.
But you gotta just be out there and have fun. It's hunting season.
See, she said she put her foot into it for a second into dating and she quit. Listen, sis, let me tell you something. You thought it was going to be easy out there? Darling, let me tell you this now. Look, I'm not even saying that you're even wrong for leaving, right? Because I get it. I'm not gonna judge you, and I'm not gonna pretend and be out here like saying like just because he didn't cheat on you that it was a good marriage, right? Just because someone doesn't cheat on you doesn't mean it's a good marriage, right? I'm sure there were things that need to be worked on, but baby, the divorce, I think you should have taken a separation first and extended it a little bit longer. Rediscover each other, go single for a little while, but not single dating, but single as in separation, taking that time out, then, you know, found a counselor, see if that can work for you in between that time. Because baby, we are out here in these streets and you've already told us on several occasions it's not looking good, bruv. Now, I'm not making Cory no saint, because I don't like that either. I don't like when people make people a saint when they may not be a saint. You know what I'm saying to you? But sis, it is a struggle out here. Okay? All right, it's a struggle out here, sis. Okay, just saying.
Let me tell you.
Oh, he's cute.
Damn. Okay. Whoa. Have mercies of God. Sorry, guys. I done paused at the wrong point. I am so sorry. But, you know, again, it is difficult out here for Tia. And I want to play a clip with the Cory situation. But one thing I will say about Cory is he's been a GANGSTA. That guy has not said nothing since. Hold on. That guy has said nothing since. He would not be talking, boy.
And parenting being you being very involved, and obviously their mother being very involved, the co-parenting side of it, and trying to make sure that you both are still in the same lane of raising your children to the best of your ability. How has it been adapting to that and continuing to do such a good job as y'all are?
Everything is about the kids, you know, their well-being, their future, and just co-parenting, you know what I'm saying? And keeping it still a family and keeping it love-based. You know, still keeping God first at the center of everything and just walking with love, man. That's all it's about. You know, I wish her the best with everything, and that's unconditional for me. You know, I love unconditional. I can't get caught up in what's going on out there, what people are saying. I just know where my heart is at, and I have to continue to move that way because I want all my blessings for me. You know, and if I succeed, she succeeds, our kids succeed. You know, so I have no room for failure or no room for no, you know, mistakes right now in my life. That's how I look at it. For that now.
And parenting being you.
It's interesting. That's what I'm going to say. It's interesting. Like I said, I look at both parties here. I don't look at one person alone. I look at both
On
parties.
recent panel.
You know, that there is, it takes two to tango. But obviously, you know, I think, you know what? I think he thinks she's coming back. I think he thinks she's coming back. I think he's like, listen, she gonna do what she gonna do. She gonna come back. You know what I'm saying? She gonna come back. You know what I'm saying to you? Because he hasn't said a word. That tells me I think he thinks she's gonna come back. That's just my personal thoughts. I think he thinks she's gonna come back. Like, you know what I'm saying to you? Listen, whether she does go back is another story. I think he thinks that, you know what? She's out here having a midlife crisis and she going back. That's why he's not said nothing. Right? You don't say nothing, okay, when you don't know if the person won't come out. If you start talking when finally you know you're free. When you're free, you know. I'm not. Again, of course, they got kids, and I hear that. I'm not saying that, but I'm not saying it's. I'm not saying to say something. I'm not saying it's something mad. You know, I'm not saying it's something mad, but you know, just you know, a little something. You know what I'm saying to you? You know, a little something. You know, drop a little something. You know what I'm saying to you? But he ain't said nothing, which tells me that he probably thinks, you know what, old girl's on a steez thing, she'll come back. You know what I'm saying to you? You think she said the other way around? He thinks he's coming back. Well, I'm not saying that he doesn't want it back. I'm not saying that he wants it back. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that he doesn't want it back at all. But I'm just saying it's more of a mindset rather than actually does he want it to come back. I'm not even saying that he actually wants it to come back. It's what you believe. You know what I'm saying to you. But again, I said obviously, and I'll say this as well, right? And maybe, and like I said, maybe, you know what it is also, right? Maybe he's just really got, as Elsa said, he's got really great self-control. Here's what I believe. They've been drifting apart for a very long time. That's my personal thought. Is that they've been drifting away for a very long time. Because the amount of composure, and don't get twisted, of course, I get it. On the internet, you know, you don't say too much, but we all slip up a little bit. The composure has been 1,000. Okay? Has been 1,000. So it tells me that, you know what? It wasn't no surprise, my guy. It wasn't a surprise. You've been drifting for a long time. It's been happening, right? We've been at a separation for a little while. You know what I mean? So it's been a while, you know what I mean? And it's been coming, and we knew about it. You know what I mean? So yeah, no, it's just interesting again. Like I said, you know, just to see that, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? So I think I said, you know, I think, and it's not even about bashing Marco. I don't think he has to even bash her. It'll be just saying your truth. You know what I mean? Just saying your truth. You know what I mean? Like, you know, at the point in time when things kick off, you know, when the things kick off, you might not feel the pain. You know what I'm saying to you? And maybe it's because of the way that, again, that they co-parent. I don't know, but remember we saw them on the carpet, right? And he felt awkward when he wasn't sure if he should hug her or not. You know what I'm saying to you? Remember on the carpet, you know what I'm saying to you, that he wasn't sure if he can hug her or not on the carpet. You know, so I was just looking at that. I was like, okay, you know, you know. He's not sure how to behave with her. He wasn't sure how to behave with her. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, yeah, I think there's a bit more we can listen to. Let's listen.
So you said you couldn't sleep for a year and a half or something, and that you cried for a lot of that time. How difficult was that period in life for you? Because we know as men and as black men, we're starting to get into a space where we talk about not only mental health, but emotional health.
Right.
And we've learned ways to be vulnerable and open. But to share that in a room full of people, I mean, that's something that you felt deeply. How did you find a way to get through that time while also having to still be a father, a provider, and do your job?
I feel like you'll never get through that. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of praying, a lot of knowing that God is real. God is actually truly real in my life. A lot of stillness, man. When you sit still a lot, you know, you can hear a lot of things. For me, a lot of isolation, solitude.
On recent panel, you said
solitude, and just knowing, you know, if I can just put one foot in front of the other, you know, and take it a day at a time. Because I'm taking a day at a time. Still to this day.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, I just take it a day at a time. You know, black men have feelings. You know, black men hurt. Black men are in like pain, and sometimes we don't have outlets to, you know, like talking to you now. No one really asked me these questions. Never, really. So it's like sometimes we feel like we're dealing with it alone, not unless you have like a therapist or, you know, a close confidant or like friend. But it's not easy because it feels like, as a black man, you can't show vulnerability to the world, you know, because it's a form of weakness, but it should be looked at as a form of strength, you know, like men do need to cry, you know, because when it's all bottled up, you know, and inside, you know, that's when things can happen, different tensions, you gotta to and be able to have a outlet to release. Like I said, that's the only way that you can get to the true healing of everything. So, yeah, when I was speaking in Miami, that's just how I felt at the time. You know, so to this day, I look at my kids and say, Daddy got you forever. You know, I look at my daughter, you know, when they smile at me and they know Daddy really loves them. My son knows Daddy really loves me. That's what brings me joy right now. And that's what keeps me saying, I'm on my way. I want to be the biggest in the world, you know, from a humble place, but I feel like from a skill set, I feel like I am that dude. Like, that's just how I really feel, and I feel like I can step into that more because of my children, because of my mom and having the promise I gave her, and I'm ready to do all those things. So,
and parents,
you know what's interesting as well? Sometimes as well, right? Sometimes as well, right? As a man, innit, right? Sometimes you need to lose to win, like. Because obviously we've seen he's been slowly growing behind the scenes, right? In terms of the acting world. Like, I've been watching him for a little while, you know, and sometimes, well, you know, that what can happen is, right, your career can take off, when you have something like this happen, like a divorce, because it's not that the other party was holding you back, but because you're comfortable. So sometimes that can actually happen for us as men. Like, you can be comfortable in a situation. I'm not saying that that's even wrong. I'm just saying that sometimes you can be comfortable, and because you're happy with the married life, which is nothing wrong with that, right? But then when you're free of that, suddenly you can be adventurous. You can take risks. You can, go past your boundaries of what you thought you could do beforehand as well. And so that may, play a part in it as well. In the situation. I honestly just think that, to be honest, like I gave that breakdown a couple of months ago about them, two of them. I just see an anxious person and an avoidant person, and the avoidant person and the anxious person, as we're seeing from Tia now, we're seeing it all over our screen. We're seeing it all over our screen right now. That's the anxious person who needs to earn the love, the applause, that needs to show everybody that she's, and be almost in our face, right? Whereas the avoidant person's like, I'm just trying to stay in the dark, I'm trying to stay in the quiet, I'm trying to stay behind. I just want to be able to be in the background and not really be seen. I'm just trying to stay out of it. But in reality, they're both kind of trying to make the best out of the situation. That's also an interesting perspective as well. So, yeah. Oh, damn. I done messed up. About to show you my DMs, guys.
On gratitude and be able to have a outlet to release. Like I said, that's the only way that you can get to the true healing of everything. So, when I was speaking in Miami, that's just how I...
Side of it, and trying to make sure that you both are still in the same lane of raising your children to the best of your ability. How has it been adapting to that and continuing to do such a good job as y'all are?
Everything is about the kids, their well-being, their future, and just co-parenting, you know what I'm saying? And keeping it still a family and keeping it love-based, still keeping God first at the center of everything and just walking with love, man. That's all it's about. I wish her the best with everything, and that's unconditional for me. I love unconditional. I can't get caught up in what's going on out there, what people are saying. I just know where my heart is at, and I have to continue to move that way because I want all my blessings for me, and if I succeed, she succeeds, our kids succeed. So I have no room for failure or no room for no, mistakes right now in my life. That's how I look at it.
Side of it and trying to make sure that...
Okay. Well, that situation there. But yeah, no, I think in this situation, I think when we see the situation here with Cory Hardrict and Tia Mowry, I saw that obviously, as she said to herself as well, that her sister, she's not as close to her sister as she needed to be. And there is a part of, I watched a bit of their child, one of their videos. Let me see. I think they were having an argument on one of their videos. I wish I didn't think I saved it, which is really annoying. It was an argument between the two of them from their old show. And I realized what was happening, that Tia actually kind of invalidates her sister a little bit with the way that she deals with Tamira. And I was like, yeah, your sister ain't gonna be close if you're always invalidating her feelings, and she probably felt that way for a very long time. So I saw their situation between Tia and Tamara, and I was like, oh, okay. That there were some issues between the two of them that needed to be addressed. Let me see if I can find you a clip for you guys. They went to see a therapist. Yes, this is. It was.
write out something. That's going to be kind of a homework assignment.
Homework?
A little bit. And I'm going to explain it a little bit. We each have our own primary love language, and it can be the supportive words, the words of affirmation. Or it can be quality time, where you're actually spending face-to-face time rather than texting or something. So I want you to just kind of keep those love languages in the back of your mind, and I want you to...
They can start doing this at a very, very young age. And you know what she said? The teacher, Tamara. What does that mean? I brought over our homework. Oh, you did? Yeah. But I want to tell you about this class. Oh, okay. Tamara, look, we learned.
Those love languages in the back of your mind, and I want you to write down 3 ways that you think your sister could express love or care in a way that...
Here we go.
More like, I can't, she doesn't understand me. I want her to understand me. This is not what I think she thinks I'm saying, so I'm trying to get it out. That's what I'm doing. I'm crying when I'm writing the email.
Okay.
Wow, I didn't know I really made you feel that way, Tamara.
It's not a dismissive thing.
Well, yeah, because I feel like you don't care. Because I've expressed that I don't like her emailing her emotions. I would like for her to pick up the phone.
And the reason why I always tell her I never pick up the phone is because I don't like confrontation, but it shouldn't be a confrontation. It should just be a conversation. When we...
So, okay, so I don't want to too much. Yeah, listen, I was, when I was watching it, I was like, and it's 2 sisters going at it, so it's not like choose a side, you know, but you can see that with Tia, at point, Tamira seems to be more sensitive than Tia, because Tia seems to be more, you know, outgoing, just really, you know, out there and extroverted, whereas Tamira seems a bit more introverted in the way that she behaves. Still boisterous, but just a little bit more introverted. And in that argument, what was happening, you saw obviously when it came to with Tia that she actually kind of almost invalidates her sister's kind of feelings. And again, Tamira's a little bit more passive aggressive, so it's not like they're not both doing something, but it's just another indication. And you know, obviously her and her sister are not so close now. Yeah, because she got a husband, my guy. Yeah, your sister's got a whole husband. Okay. Yeah, that was what I would say. That's a good point, Darika. Yeah, that's a very good point. That's a very good point. So Tia's gonna have far less. Tamira's gonna have far less time for you, because I am done with you, Jay. I am done with you. But yeah, no, but yeah, no. So it is that kind of situation between the two of them, you know. Someone said she doesn't like her husband's sister's husband. Damn. Well, she's gonna have to deal with it because Tamira is very, very happy. Okay, Tamira is very, very happy. She is very happy.
We have a disagreement. She would say, "Don't judge me." Instead of saying that, say, "Really ask me and really believe my answer."
I think the reason why I have a hard time finding truth to our conversations is because it happens all the time.
When we're talking about something, maybe not come from a place of, you know, because I feel that's how I perceive it. But if it comes from a place of support, like she supports me no matter what, I think I would feel more comfortable when we talk, and I would just feel like we can breathe.
So I think what I'm going to have you do is write.
So yeah, Tia is a bit more of the kind of the little bit the bossy one a little bit. So, you know, in that respect. But it's funny because Tia is a bossy one, but I didn't see her being bossy to Cory's situation. You know what I'm saying to you? Because people can. So I heard it today. I was watching B Simone, and B Simone was like, I can be more assertive with my sister, but when I'm in relationships, I'm more passive. So in that situation, you know, Tia could be more aggressive with her sister, but in relationships can be very passive. Right? So that's a little something to think about. Something to think about. Okay, so listen, my hour's up. So let me say, if you guys want to come on, listen, if nobody wants to come on, I'm going to go to my house, babe. I'm going to go to my BE, okay? But I'm going to obviously put a link in the chat. If you want to have your say on anything I've spoken about tonight, listen, the link is down below. The screen is looking very clear and beautiful. I can't lie. The light in here is looking crisp. Yeah, the screen is looking nice. Even me, I must admit, I'm looking sweet on this camera. Let the iPhone do what iPhone do, baby. But if you want to join the conversation, by all means, click on the link down below. We'd love to hear your thought process as well. Okay, so if you want to get on involved, get involved with the conversation, you want to have your say, maybe you have a perspective, you know, then by all means, you know, click on the link and we'll love to have you on here. Someone said, is my Wi-Fi? No, the Wi-Fi is the same. Did I clean my glasses? Probably. Dorica said the screen looks exactly the same. Dorica, you still haven't come to my office. I'm not even talking to you. But yeah, no. Yeah, so yeah. So yeah, it's a bit of a crazy one. But if no one's gonna come on, listen, I'm gonna go to my bed. I can sleep tonight. I'm gonna consult the Lord Jesus before I go to bed. You know what I'm saying? Before I have to start preaching up in here. You know what I'm saying? On the situation. There was something I wanted to actually talk about. Hold on. There was something I was doing. No. Elsa said, how wild on the comments? We don't need... Elsa said, we do not need it to go wild. Okay. Dorica said, I'm not ready for no office visits. Yeah, okay, Dorica. And Elsa said, how wild do you want the conversation to go? Please, keep it PG, okay? The Holy Spirit is watching all of us now. You know what I mean? Let's keep it true tonight. You get me saying to you? Let's keep it true tonight. You get me? On our good behavior. On our good behaviors. We don't need to do anything crazy. Okay. Alright, well, I mean, if that's the case, I don't think there's any other news that was going on. I'm trying to think, actually. There was one more video I wanted to show you guys. There is. I remember now. Sorry. There was one more video, because this happened in the UK, and I think it's actually kind of interesting to talk about, actually. Hold on. I think it's interesting to talk about. So, something happened. Obviously, this young lady, she is a black woman in the UK, and she was talking about... let me show you guys, actually. Okay. Don't be encouraging Dorica, guys. Do not be encouraging her. This is a situation. This was interesting. I want to just talk about this real quick, because this is interesting.
Quickly before I go out, the girlies want to know if black British women are not dating black British men. Who are they dating? The answer is, we're dating white guys. Both my ex-boyfriends in the UK were white. I'll tell you the type of white, like liberal white men. Like if you watch Love is Blind UK, Benaya, I was dating Benayas, and dating Benayas was great. They treat you very well compared to my other option, which was not dating at all, because the black men in my circles weren't checking for me. They were very much exclusively only dating white women, and they let me know. And to the black men that I did date, some of them had internalized racism. So there was things about my blackness they didn't like. So, for example, I'm not seen as attractive in the UK. Yeah, I'm not, I mean, I'm all right, but I led with my personality more because I just didn't think I had the looks, and it was black men telling me that I didn't have the looks. Like some of the worst names I've ever been called. Okay, quickly before I go out, the girlies want to know if black British women are not dating black British men. I've been called ever in my life have been from black British men. So I remember I dated a black guy, and he wouldn't like it if I took off my wigs at night to sleep. He wanted me to sleep with my wig on because he didn't like my 4C hair. And I would date like white guys, like liberal white guys that, you know, at times would, when I'm too tired, would take my wig off for me and put it on a wig stand and brush it out. So, yeah, I think that black British women have decided to just go where we're wanted and where we're adored. And if that's white men, it's white men. And love is love, and be happy. But yeah, I noticed, and we kind of all noticed that like a lot of black men in the UK have a preference, and it's not us. But since moving to America, I've only ever dated black men. And I want to thank, again, America, sorry to be up your ass, but I didn't think I was cute until I moved here. Like, oh my God, I get approached by black men here, and I get to date black men here. For the first time, I've been called for the first time in my adult life, I'm dating black men. So, It's nice to be adored by your own kind. And that's never really happened for me in the UK. And a lot of dark-skinned women feel that way because, like I said, the type of a lot of black men in the UK is white women or racially ambiguous, and I am neither. So yeah, we're dating white guys. Love is love. Date who you want. All right, I'm going out. Have a good night.
First of all, let me just say this now. To me, she's sexy. Can't lie to you. She's fine. All types of fine. Can't lie to you. If I saw her, it's a move. Yeah? I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm looking very handsome today. I didn't even realize how the screen's making me look. I can't even lie to you. I'm looking fine today. Oh my God. Listen, she is looking like a baddie. Okay? First and foremost. Let me just say that now. Okay? Number 2. I see that a Congo to Bongo to Congo Dana si. Yeah, if anybody's Ghanaian, you know what I'm talking about, okay? Look, let me say this now. She's doing exactly what the black men do, okay? That don't date black women, okay? Okay, because let me just say this now, sis. Could it be that the way you are culturally wired does not lend you towards the black men that you want? Oh, I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna trip a little wires now. Could it be that the way that you're culturally wired and the way that you show up, the black men that you actually want, because it's not that black men don't want you, it's the ones that you actually want, they don't want you. Could it be? Right? See, because I want to be very honest, right? As black people, we also know that we have a culture and there are fine lines. I said to a friend about this, and but there's a fine line when it comes to our culture that if you're looking for a particular black man, there's a culture that comes with that particular black man. Because you're telling me that black men didn't make you feel sexy. I'm like, what black men were you looking for? Right? Because we have to be very honest now, right? That the way that we grew up in a particular culture. Okay, so let me give an example. Okay, in Britain, okay, I like to say that there are black people are never a monolith. Okay, black people are never a monolith. But if we're talking culturally, right? Because we're quite a small island. If you ever met, I always say this. Listen, if you met a Nigerian from Ireland, they're very different from a Nigerian in London in terms of the energy. They are the same, but they're different because of the cultures that come with that, right? The English culture that comes with being black is very different to the Irish culture of being black. Similarly, for us in the UK, in England, I'm based in the Midlands, right? In the middle of the land, if they were to call it, right? And black people are very different to those who are in London because of the cosmopolitan, is that the right word to use? The melting pot being that's the center of the country where everybody goes. You got black, Indian, this, that, did that. So what you find in London is that there is a greater population of black people in a concentrated area. Within that space, okay, there's a culture that comes with it as well. Right? There's a culture that comes with it. And just like, okay, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example, okay? For instance, somebody would say, let's say, for instance, Justin Timberlake, right? At a certain point in time, the ladies all like Justin Timberlake. Okay? All right? Why? Because he carried a certain energy that he was an acceptable... We can invite him to the cookout, basically. Okay? All right? He was at a certain point, maybe not now, but back in the day, he was carrying a certain culture. He was still he was carrying some of that quote-unquote black culture. But what is black culture? We know, but we don't know. Do you know what I'm saying to you? We all know, but we don't know. There is certain markers of history, of experiences, of food, of drink, of language, lingo, you know, and certain things, right, that people do, right, that people could associate with the black particular culture. They said no, not when he did Janet like that. Okay, fair enough then. Maybe not Justin Timberlake. Think of a white guy that you think is cool enough to be invited to the cookout. When I say that, it's because he carries certain black culture with him. You think about that person. You let me know. You can write in the chat. Okay, all right. There's a white guy that black women are like, I can date him because he's got that certain je ne sais quoi. You know what I'm saying to you? Okay. There's a white guy that you know that has a little bit of that je ne sais quoi. You're like, okay, do you know what? He's got a lot of that, you know, the way he moves like he's almost like he's one of us, but he's not one of us. You know what I mean? Right? So we can't necessarily put our fingers on it or our hand on it. And this is going to go to, I hate this because it's going to go to the shits and giggles conversation about the black girl magic situation, right? Which I don't even like that conversation because I think it's such an unfair conversation to even have anyway. But the black girl effect, right? You know exactly what it looks like. Because what is the black girl effect? It's a certain culture that begins to infect somebody who's of the quote unquote white person. Okay, all right, that they begin to adapt to the culture. But again, what would be the culture? So there's a certain coolness, there's a certain swag, there's a certain aura, there's a certain energy that as black people, quote unquote, we like. And so in reality, when she's saying that she wants, that she said that the black men were looking at her, were you talking about all black men, or you really talking about the black men that you really wanted that had a certain swag, a certain movement to them, the way that they moved, they had a certain kind of, you know, a certain sugarcane energy to them, you know what I'm saying to you? There's a certain way that they kind of move that's a bit suave. Were you looking for that black man? Because the tech guy that's not very cool, is that the guy that you wanted? I'm not saying that's exactly 100% it. But if you're going for Benedictas, yeah, sorry, not Benedicta, Benanias, it tells me what kind of white guy, it tells me what kind of black people, you know what I mean? So I'm just asking the question, what kind of black men was she actually going for? You know what I mean? And I'm not even talking about the bad boys, by the way. It's not necessarily even the bad boys. It's not necessarily the bad boys again. Not the bad boys. We're talking about a certain level of suave, a certain level of handsomeness, a certain level of. There are people that are just. You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah, there's certain men that are kissed by the sun. I'm happy to be tell these men. There are some men that you know when they enter the room. Yeah, it's a lock off for everybody else, right? They capture eyes, right? The everyday black. Let me tell you something. Can we be real? No. Can we be real now? Let's be freaking real now. Let's be freaking real now. Okay, let's be freaking real. I was thinking about this the other day. I said, I walked down the street, yeah, and I said, do you know when a woman likes you, right, physically? Because when you walk down the street, a woman will look at you and she'll give you a look that will kind of let you know that, oh, okay, she thinks you're kind of good looking. On your normal day, when I walk down the street, it's not like every woman's looking at me, guy. That should let me know I'm invisible. When you walk in the gym, that girl don't look at you twice. You're invisible. Okay? What am I saying? I'm saying that a majority of men, and I don't like quoting Red Pill. I really don't like it. I hate it personally. But a majority of men are actually invisible. They really are. They're invisible till they make themselves visible. So a lot of women are not looking. That's what I'm trying to say to you. So when you say that a man are approaching you, right? Or the man that are actually wanting you. My question is, are you actually open to some of these guys that you think that are not necessarily the one that you know, not the one that necessarily meet your, I like to say the eye gaze straight away, right? Just saying, just being real. You know what I mean? Just keeping it a buck on 100. You know what I'm saying to you? So, and again, like I said, that's not every person, but the average man is average. And this is the problem. The average man is average. And the question is, does he date average? The average man is average. Does she want to date average? Now, Didi, you are married. You can't even enter this conversation. Baby, you out the game. You can never be parched because you out the game, sis. Okay? You've already sipped the everlasting water. You're finished. Okay, you're finished. So you can't even mention it. You wouldn't even look because you're finished. You're out the game, baby. Okay, all right? You're out the game. Okay? Someone said, obviously, she also said that when she dated, they judged her hair texture and features, so it's not the stuff they date them. They don't prefer authenticity. Yeah, I mean, what kind of black man are you dating? No. See, that tells me what kind of. I'm saying, what kind of black man are you? Is she dating? We have to ask a serious question. What kind of black man is she dating? Because to go from the black man that don't like your hair authenticity to the white man Benaniah, I'm going to question your culture. I'm going to question the culture of kind of black man you're choosing. You are choosing a type of black man that is probably not going to like himself either. Yes. That's what I said about what culturally inclined are you? Because to date a Benaniah, to date a Benaniah with the I wonder how that translates to how you dated black men. That's what I'm asking. We don't know enough. See what I'm saying? We don't know enough. But the same thing she said about how, you know, she dated white guys because black men didn't really like her. There's a lot of black men who said the exact same thing and they get crucified for saying, look, you know what? Black women don't want me. And I went after white women. And we're like, how can you not date black women? Because so long as they're not disrespectful, I don't really care. Do you get what I'm saying to you? If you're disrespectful, I don't like it. You know what I'm saying to you? Sam, hit that link, bro. I see you, bro. Hit the link, bro. So, I don't know. I'm not saying that's 100%, but I'm just saying that I'm not really sure 100%. Like, you went to America and it suddenly just flipped and changed. Is it that Americans appreciate black women? Or is it because there are black women over there saying the exact same thing you're saying? So is it that she went over to America and suddenly black men suddenly knew how to appreciate her? No. Or is it that actually the ones that you actually want in terms of your level responded to you in America? Right? So, because you know what, I remember I used to say Ghanaian women don't really want me, but I had to also start taking some accountability, right? Understanding my culture for Ghanaian women specifically, the ones that I liked, right? They were actually far more in tune with the Ghanaian heritage. And I didn't really speak the language. Never had I gone back to the country. And to be honest, I was more British than I was Ghanaian. So when I think I'm moving in a particular way, and also I also realize this too. When I show up, the way that I move, I don't even move like a Ghanaian. I move more like a Nigerian or a Jamaican. I always say this: I thought you're Jamaican, or I thought you're Nigerian. That lets me know that with the way I show up, I think I'm showing up like a Ghanaian, but that's not how I'm being viewed or perceived. Sometimes you think you're showing up in a particular way, and that's ain't the way you showing up, right? And so sometimes you energetically attract certain people. That's why all my exes, when I was realizing, I was like, bro, why are they all Jamaican and Nigerian? And even now, most women that are attracted to me are Nigerian women. They find, I don't know where Nigerian from. I don't know where they come from. They just find me from anywhere. Nigerian women. Oh my god, like they find me from anywhere. Do you know what I'm saying to you? But it's because the culture of the way that I move is similar. Whereas with the Ghanaian women, I realize that I don't move in that same necessary way, and I have to be accountable for that if I want to change that. You know what I'm saying to you? You know, that's shout out to my Jamaican women, because you know what, them people there made me feel loved, man. I can't lie to you. You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah, the Jamaican women will make you feel loved out here. I'll tell you that for sure. They will love you in a different way, my guy. You know what I'm saying to you? But anyway, let's get some people on here to discuss some topics as well, because you know I got Sam behind, I got Jay as well here. So, yo. What's Gucci? Sam, what you telling me, bro?
Man, dead there, man.
Yeah, the day indeedy, bro. Yeesh. What are you saying about this topic, though? Because obviously you're from the UK as well, so you might have a different perspective in that. You know what I'm saying to you? Like, what are you saying for this situation, bro?
Like, this whole situation came from the I think their names are this Shit and Giggles guys. And it was on, I think, the Andrew Schultz interview, I believe. Yeah. And they were laughing at a joke that Andrew Schultz made, basically stereotyping black women. It was actually a very, very dangerous narrative that he kind of made a joke of. The first thing the reason why I had the problem with the woman with what she said is because she was capitalizing of something that how do I put it? She knows there's an audience for. Because my first thinking was that, what were you trying to gain from this video? What were you really trying to gain from this video? Because you're not going to get black men in the UK to like you anymore than what they were doing before. Like, what were you trying to say for black men in the UK? Also, the generalization. I'm sorry. When it comes to what I see, when I walk around, I see black men and black women dating. Now, I'm not saying that her experience is invalid, because she might have grown up and experienced that black men didn't like her. Fair enough. However, the problem with her statement is that she was generalizing. And I always compared it to this. It's like extremists, either the left or right extremists. They always have a point, but they exaggerate the point so much that the original point is invalid now. And that was the same for what she was saying, because she was generalizing the point. Her original point is invalid. You haven't dated every man in the UK. And also, let's actually take accountability and look at the black men that you like. Because this is also a problem. I wrote in a chat that there's a lot of these, I'm not even going to say black women, because that's generalizing itself. But the type of women that complain on the internet about this, yeah, there's a lot of these women that will complain about the internet. What is the first thing that they will say most of the time? They will look at the popular black men, the ones in the music industry, the ones in the entertainment industry, the ones in sports, and say, look, they're not dating white women. I'm so sorry. There are regular guys that like you, but you are ignoring them. It is whatever. It's because you want the popular black men. Let's be honest. And let's actually just be real here. Maybe they just don't like you. Maybe you're just not their level. Like we have to be honest with it. As men, like what we say is that sometimes we're punching above our weight when we look at a guy that's dating a woman that is probably way above his league. But we have to be honest with ourselves. Maybe the guys that you like are not on like the level that you are on. It's a hard truth. It's a hard reality. But you go in, and the thing is, you know what's also one thing that's mad. One thing I was gonna say. She's actually not I don't like to call people ugly, but she's not unattractive. She's very attractive from what I can see. But already when I saw the video, I was turned off by her. Because one thing I hate is women complaining on the internet. So already now a personality trait has shown. Do you get what I'm saying? So maybe you need to take a look at yourself and look at the characteristics of your own self. Where people might be seeing that, hold on, I don't want to date you. I don't want to approach you. Do you get what I'm saying? Stop blaming other people. Just look at yourself first. Look at the people that you're attracted to. Look at the people that you're trying to date. And maybe you need to reevaluate. But yeah, I just thought it was a lot of clout chasing in that video. It was just for clicks. It was for views. And guess what? She's got her clicks and her views.
I love that, Sam. Jay, talk to me, man. Bring from your perspective. You know what I'm saying to you as well. Like, you know, from your perspective,
it's good to hear that you men in the UK got the same black woman. No,
you gonna tell anyone?
You know what? At first, when this video came on, I didn't think nothing of it. It was like, because I treated it the same way I treated the passport bros. Like, go ahead, do your thing. Love is love. Find who you love. Find out the hard way. And as you started to speak, I was like, well, let me go ahead and treat her like the passport bros as well, too. How long has she been here is my question. Okay. How long has she been here? Because right now, sis, you're fresh meat. So, of course, all the men is going to attract to you here. You're new bait. You don't know no better. You don't know their past. And so that's a beautiful thing for them. But you be here long enough, you're going to find out these men is just like the ones that you was chasing back then. They ain't going to have no time for you. They going to want what they want. They got specifics too and stuff like that. And then my other question was, what city did she move to? Because if you move to a black Mecca out here, yeah, it's more black men to be around, you know what I'm saying? So of course, it's going to seem like you have a lot of options. But step outside of those hot zones and find out how it really is, because here, black women are still struggling with those same issues. It's no different here, ma'am. It's really no different. You're just new here. If I go over to the UK, or let me say, if my darker counterpart go over to the UK, they're going to be fancy because they're new there. It happens everywhere you go that you're new. It happens to everybody. So like, I don't know what her end goal was with it. I don't know if she's trying to be like the passport bros, get more black women to move out here. But I don't know. We're going through some things. So I don't know if you want these problems out here, like overall, like politics wise, all kind of stuff. It's things going on out here that most of us are trying to leave from here. So enjoy whatever you get here. I don't want to hear her complaining a couple of years later that all these men is the same. I don't want to hear it. We've been trying to tell you.
Also, just to quickly add on to just Jay's point, just quickly, this is the whole point of why I asked, what was the point of this video? What was the point of you going and saying this? Because have you not heard black women complain about black men all the time? And you're seeming to get men. But just wait a little bit longer. As Jay said, just wait a little bit longer. And you're going to see Pepe. It's the same Pepe that you were seeing in Britain. Like, what were you trying to gain out of this? What? And even the fact of the matter is that she's getting the attention in America. So what's the problem? Like, aren't you happy? Why are you still complaining? You get what I'm saying? But anyways, let me close my mouth.
No, I definitely hear you. I think obviously, like, listen, of course, I think also, like you guys have said, that she may not realize her exotic appeal going to America, that it changes things. And this is also a conversation which also highlights that sometimes you're in the wrong location. Maybe her going to America has blessed her to be in the right location for the kind of guys that you actually wanted. This is the honest truth of what you're actually saying, what you actually wanted. Because it's just like the passport bros. It's not that you can't get a girl, it's a girl that you want. That you are going to another country, try and get a level of a girl you think attractive wise is of you that you deserve. So that's why you go to another country. You don't go to another country because you can't get a girl. You go to it because you can't find the level you think you're worth. And you go to another country to get that beauty level, and you bring it back here. I think the same with London Hughes, similar enough as well. Someone said it's just an accent. I'll be honest with you, just being in America for the short time I was in, it is definitely exotic, okay? I'm telling you this now, I threw it on even more, and I saw the difference it made, okay? I walk in, I'll be like, hey, excuse me, hi, I'm just looking for the toilet or whatever. And they're like, oh, you're from Britain? I'm like, yeah. And conversation starts up immediately. Do you know how I know? Because it happens in England too, when Americans come in, it's the same thing, right? There is an appeal to it that happens because the person isn't from here. And naturally, it opens you up. I took a voyage when I was in Egypt. I'll tell you this now for show, okay? So, and it opens you up. Right, it opens you up, because I remember I had one of my friends say that he didn't necessarily date black women, but when he went to America, his pool of women changed. There's black women he was dating. I don't know what happened, you know what I mean? So sometimes you're in the wrong environment and your mindset is in a particular way, right? And then you get exposed to another environment which opens you up to a different way of thinking and different opportunity, because again it comes down to opportunity as well, you know what I mean? But yeah, that's another thought. Yes, Elsie, jump into the conversation, talk to me.
Based on what you just said, good evening, ladies, gentlemen. You said something that when they loved your accent, that you laid it on a little thicker, right? Okay, so you were in a new environment, new game to hunt, and so you changed to appeal to them.
Absolutely.
So it's not the same thick accent you were using back home, right?
No, it's the same one, but I became more conscious of it. That's what I'm saying. But let's run with what you're saying. Let's run with what you're saying, just to see where it goes to.
You're in a new environment. You're in a new hunting environment. You will adapt to whatever prey you're seeking. Come on now. She's seeking the black men. Luckily, the black men wish to be, sought in America. It's her accent. Maybe it's just, her, as you say, how culturally she presents herself is different. But I started this and I was summoned here because of one thing. And that's why I came with my 4C here out.
Nothing wrong with that, baby.
Kojo Sam, are y'all hanging up wigs or are y'all afraid of the wigs like she said? The ladies in the chat want to know. Don't rush all at once. Don't rush all at once.
So you asked the question. I had to blow dry on. You was asking the question, Elsie?
Yes, I asked the gentleman because the narrator asked that said that the black men from Britain are afraid of the wigs. So I'm asking two black men from Britain, are they afraid of the wigs? Is she correct or is she speaking untruths?
Listen, that's how I know she's dating men that are uncouth and crazy, because most of us, we are living with women, moving with women, dating women, marrying women who are having wigs, weaves, extensions, all the gubbins, and we ain't complaining. So that's why I knew that as soon as she told us that a man was complaining about her taking a wig off, that told me the kind of black men she was dating. It told me a big ass problem, because most of us, we don't be having complaints about this situation. We know ladies wear wigs. We know they have weaves. We know they have extensions. We move with it. We go with it. You know what I'm saying, Chu? Listen, you hang it up. But you know what I'm saying? We're going to hand up our toupee. No, I'm joking. But you know what I mean? Like we don't, it's like I said, it's not really a big deal. It's a wig. Anybody who is going to have a problem with you having a wig is probably, and when I say have a problem with wigs, what I mean by this is the way that she made it sound as if these Negroes they don't like their own skin. That's where she made it sound as if like they don't like their own skin. So it was less about the wigs and more about the fact that they sounded like they don't like black people in general. Than them black men that always talk about, I don't date black women because they wear weaves. Them kind of black man there. You know what I'm saying to you? That's what it sounded like that she dated. Like my goons and everybody else around me, we don't have those issues. Like, you know what I'm saying to you? They're not meant. I know them type of guys, but I don't know many of them. If I'm honest with you, I know more black men that love black women, that date black women, and don't have anything bad to say about black women at all. You know what I'm saying to you? So I don't know if Sam will probably just confirm that as well. But yeah,
no, 100%. I confirm it. Like the when I heard that, I was thinking definitely the type of guys that you are dating, the guys that you are actually looking for, don't like black women. They don't like anything about black women. Like for me, a wig is just nearly everyday life. I see it everywhere.
There you go.
I'm comfortable with it. I'm used to it. I'm used to the bonnets on the head. I'm used to the cane rolls on the head. I'm used to the wigs. I'm used to the weave. I'm used to whatever a black woman needs to put on or she loves to put on. I'm used to it. So it's kind of like when I heard this, I was thinking, hold on. You're generalizing way too much. Say in your experience, the men that you were dating, not us. Because I'm not in that category. Kojo's not in that category. There's a lot of guys that I know that are not in that category. Not saying that I don't know couple guys that don't like wigs, but the thing is, when I hear their views on black women, I disassociate myself with them. Do you get what I'm saying? So my circle around me love black women. We only date black. To be fair, my preference is black women. I've only dated black women in my life.
Same.
So I don't know any other than black women. So again, with the wigs, normal. It's nothing special. It's just normal life, comfortable, normal. I hope I satisfied the question.
Heck yeah, you satisfied the question. You know, it's coming in here just to poke fun at you guys and for y'all to dispel the rumors that she's trying to set that, I don't know if you guys are aware, this kind of posting also happened in the country of Guyana in South America, where this young lady went there. And she said that she was the most sought after person because she was, I guess, exotic or whatever. And the Guyanese people rightly came for her. And she had to leave the country right quick and in a hurry. It is all TikTok, Instagram. She had to leave the country.
Wow, what did she say? What did she say that was so bad?
She basically said that, she was of a lighter hue and said that she was exotic and all the men didn't want her in Guyana. And it must be because of the woman that they have at their disposal. And they ripped her to shreds on the internet.
Damn.
Shreds.
But was she wrong, though?
She was so wrong. She was so wrong. And a lot of the men ripped her to shreds.
Damn.
So, again, when I first saw that...
Was she
not pretty? If you like the copy-paste Kim Kardashian look...
Okay.
Then
that's why they sent her to the gulag.
Yeah.
That's the reason why they sent her to the gulag. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get you.
Yeah. So a lot of the women had something to say, but the men piped up. And that was something that was quite a bit different from me hearing. But they were like, no, you need to go from here. And the entire it was a thing. There's video of her leaving the country and she came there to do some promo for their tourism. But yeah, she had to go.
Wow.
So when she said that, I was like, what part of the U.S. is she? I'm glad that she has now, the black men that she wants are, calling for her and she seems happy with it. I just think that she could have left it off the internet. Because it's divisive. Why? Why would you say that? Why would you say that about your UK men? You can just say, hey, I'm in America. It's wonderful. It's new. UK lady should try it. You don't have to downplay the black men in the UK. Just say, hey, the water's fine in the US for the UK black woman. Come on and enjoy the fun. That's it.
Or just say, hey, sometimes you just need a new environment. Changing the environment to change everything.
There you go. There you go. I think, well, like, especially coupling up with what Elsid said, now I don't know the temperature in America right now. Maybe Elsid and Jay could comment on this. But for me in the UK and maybe in other countries, I feel like there's a lot of black men that are getting now tired of this narrative, because it was a narrative that came about because of people's personal experience, but then it came to generalization now. And it's been repeated and repeated over the years. Now it's got to a point where black men are like standing up for themselves and saying, no, this is not what's happening. Now I'm saying this might happen with some guys, with some people, in your personal experience. I'm not going to take that away. However, the general consensus, what I see around, it's not happening. And even, I have to give credit to black women in the UK. Even there are some black women in the UK are also standing up and saying, no, yes, it might happen sometimes, but you're generalizing, and this is wrong. It is a very dangerous narrative to go on and portray. Because when I had to ask the black women around me, do you see black men in your lives dating mostly white women or black women? Do you see the guys in your life dating mostly white women or black women? And they all say, no, we see them mostly dating black women. When you look around in my neighborhood, I live in North London, in Edmonton, I see black men and black women. It's actually quite strange to see a black man and a white woman, or a white man and a black woman. So it's please stop generalizing. It's your personal experience. If you say it's your personal experience, nobody can invalidate that. But when you go into the generalization, that's when you've lost me then. You've lost me. Even to a point where she said we as black women. And a lot of black women will say, well, we don't speak French right now. It's not we, it's you. Do you get what I'm saying? So again, when you generalize, that's when you lose your point. If she just personalized her experience and said, this is my experience, I don't think many people would have got at her as much as they're doing right now.
I mean, I definitely hear you, bro. I mean, listen, I do think it does get a little bit tiring, but I understand, like, some people have a little, like I said, some people have a limited scope of what they get to see in front of them. You get what I'm saying to you? And I think, again, like I said, because like I said, like, all my guys around me, right, all the guys that I've been around, I've always dated black women. And if I'm going to say, of course, for us in the UK, more specifically black African women, right? Because obviously I'm around a lot of African men. So that narrative of black men dating white women, I'll be honest with you, it is very few in a dozen that I see them around me. They do exist. I've met them. You know what I'm saying to you? I knew a few of them. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, okay? You know, and I'm not saying anything. That's up to them. They want to do that. But I'm saying, like, the general consensus of what I see of black men, they're dating black women. So sometimes it does get a little bit annoying that narrative gets pushed, like they're not dating black women, because it does harm to both parties. It's like, you're the enemy and you don't like us. And while I do believe there are some behaviors from some black men in our community, right, who are dangerous, who don't like black women, who are, you know, a terrorist to the community, they are not the general consensus, right? The general consensus of black men do like black women. Like, they want to be with black women. They want to marry black women. So then that narrative, which has been, I often think is passed down by a certain a certain I should say demographic, you know, to try and create that division for us, right? You know, at first we didn't really have that conversation here in UK that much, but because I think now social media has allowed us to be overly exposed to the American culture, it's become our conversation, and it's actually, and the craziest thing is, she's out here talking the side of her neck, and she's dating white guys. I'm just like, the audacity! You the audacity! You're talking about people dating. You are now contributing towards the black women that date white women. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm saying she's contributing to it.
Where she was celebrated.
And that's what black men say when they go to white women. Oh, I'm going away, I'm celebrated. Yeah, Negro, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just telling you that's this, you done added to the thing that you're talking about. So, you know what I mean? So it's like, again, it does get a little bit tiring, but when it's not the truth that we generally see a lot more black men with black women. It's actually more of the rarer to see a black man with a white woman. And listen, we can have a whole other conversation about that, because there's certain black men they are from overseas, come to get a passport. Okay, you know what I'm saying, Chu? And you know you don't even want that uncle. So leave that one out your conversation. You don't even want that uncle. You saw what happened to Michael. Okay, you see how he's suffering right now. Okay, that brother is in chains right now, asking for GoFundMe's. Okay, all right, yeah. So,
but let's correct this. This wasn't an American thing that started. This started for us out of nowhere. We probably got it at the same time. It's a whole agenda that's bigger than all of us that is being pushed, and it's not. I don't think it even started by us. It's like this is a divisive conversation. This conversation that we're having right now will never be on the Shade Room. Will never be like on TMZ, all this stuff like that. You know why? Because it's too positive. It's us understanding each other and building and growing and all this stuff. These conversations don't get pushed through media. It's I need to get a passport because I need to find my queen over here because these women over here in America are not submissive. Or my king is not out here, so let's go outside, divest. Like, those conversations are mostly, these are not conversations we have in our areas. These are not conversations that we have in our homes, at our house parties and all this stuff like this. These conversations really only exist through media and mostly through social media.
I agree with that. That's a fair point.
And with social media, it exasperates everything. And you think, like, I remember where back when we were voting to either go out of the EU or stay in the EU. And with social media in the UK, you're thinking like, oh, we've got the majority here to stay in the EU, and then you realise, oh wait, hold on, there's a larger proportion of people that wanted out of the EU, and it's the same thing where social media makes you feel like there's the general consensus of this one idea, this stupid idea, but really and truly, when you look at real life, when you actually step out your house and smell grass, this is not actually the consensus. This is normal people, regular people who are dating black men, black women, white men, white women, like whatnot. We usually stay together anyways. And again, when I hear the conversation, when I saw the video, I rolled my eyes. I was like, here we go again. Here we go again. And even like the way the situation came up with the shit and giggle guys, you look at them and tell me, from the way they act and the way they look, do they like the same black women that we like? And then you see the problem. So there's no point of even giving the conversation attention, because I'm sorry, the black woman that I know, they're not looking at them. That's not their type. So what's the point? What's the point of even talking about it? Look at the guys that are your type. Look at the guys that like you, like your type and like you, and you don't have the problem. And this is what I had to do, because at some point I was looking at women that may have not liked me, so I had to reevaluate my choices, reevaluated where I stood, reevaluated what I liked, and change a little bit with that. And I started to get a little bit more success. But again, as I said, if you look at those two guys, I keep on forgetting their names. I think it's Faoud and I forgot the other guy's name. But James, that's it. When you look at them, just think, I'm not going to be able to go with them and take them to a TM Wayne concert, I don't know, a gigs concert. I'll probably go up to Leeds and go watch Oasis or something. I don't know, something that white people do. They're not the type of people that are, you can say they're in the culture. Let's just say that they're not the type of people that are saying in the culture. So what's the point of even giving them attention? Just leave them be.
What do you mean, Sam?
Oh, sorry,
not in the
didn't
culture. Because selling out stadiums is kind of like in the culture.
No, so when I mean in the culture, how would I put it? So remember the point I made about when I was asking some of the black women that I know, if you look at their personality and you look at their characteristics, like the way they act, would you go and date them? We have this kind of general type in London where we act and move. They don't act and move in that same way. Yeah. And when you act and move like that, it's associated with black, British, UK men, UK women. They don't really move like that. You can see them enjoying more white spaces. Let's just say that, white spaces. So when you look at them, you wouldn't really associate them with black spaces, even though they're black. It's a little bit like Kendrick Lamar and Drake. What Kendrick Lamar accused Drake of. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't know if you know that situation, but it's a little bit like that. It's like you look at them, it's like, you're not from where I'm from. You haven't grown up where I've grown up. Do you get what I'm saying? But hopefully I could explain that a little bit.
Can I just add, as somebody who's in the UK and is dating currently, and just, I think from my perspective, I think she came from a position where she was trying to maybe
Has my Wi-Fi gone? Can you hear me?
No,
Nah, bro.
Oh.
The Lord done took her mic away. Say, oh, you gonna agree with that girl? Yink!
Can you hear me?
Yeah, really?
Can you guys
Yeah, we
hear
can
me?
hear you, Penny. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so I, from my understanding, how this conversation came, I think it was at the back and get giggle discussion, and I think she was trying to give a reference point in saying, Black women, just know that maybe it is about location for you, because when I was in the UK, this is the experience. I think she was specific in saying when she was in the UK, which I know we're talking about not generalizing. I think whenever these discussions are had, people do generalize, unfortunately. So let's just remove that and maybe not focus so much on that. I think the content of what she was trying to say was there are a few guys like the Fuhad and the, whatever their names are, who are very common, who are very loud, especially in the UK. These guys sold out the O2. That means they have a big following, right? There are people who share their perspective, share their views, share their jokes. I think where everybody was alarmed was the fact that had it possibly been an American guy, some of those jokes would have just not been funny or flown like that quite easily. But taking into account Fuhad and whatever, their excuse was that they were in the flight and fright mode, whatever the apology was. I think it's quite common for a lot of, it seems like, so they're just passive. They don't stand up or speak up for Black women. And also for one thing I found was, I think a lot of Black women are okay with people dating outside. I think the issue becomes when you start to denigrate Black women. And I suppose this is where the division comes. And I think in reverse, I think she wasn't intentionally trying to do that with this discussion. I think she was just trying to highlight the difference in her experience of saying, when I'm in the UK, the type of Black man I date is this type. If so, but in America, I have abundance. And I could actually testify to that when I go back. I'm Namibian. I live in the UK. It's a whole different experience dating a Black British guy here, a Black British African guy, a Caribbean Black British, a Black Namibian. There's a difference. And I think if we remove maybe the feeling and the emotions around what she's saying, and I could testify, Black British guys are not easy to date. I'm not saying all of them, but some, especially around, it also depends on location, as you said. So if you're like around maybe countryside, or maybe just in the closer to the outskirts of London, the pool of Black men are mainly dating white women. There's the whole thing about snow bunnies becoming a trending thing in the UK. We cannot downplay it as well. So I think maybe where you guys are coming from as a black man, that your perspective is much more different because you're having to, I don't know, approach the woman. But from a black woman experience in the UK, it's also a very different experience as well. Even when the dating events, black British guys are not there. It's mainly women. And I don't know if this is just a common thread across America or whatever, and I would love to hear more about that. But the dating experience here is very, very different and very difficult. I don't know what's happening with the black British guy, but I think what she's saying, we need more. We need them to stand up more, to be a bit more aggressive, to be more loud about black women, to embrace black women. Because even when you look at the adverts, and I don't know if it's an agenda, like all the adverts, especially even with like the waitress advert, the Tesco advert, it's always a black man and a white woman. It's intentionally done. It's never a black woman and a white man. It's always in reverse. And we're seeing even the gens, I mean, we're seeing it online. I think a lot of black guys, even younger, are dating white girls. And I was proudly saying it. And I don't think a lot of black women have a problem. They're just saying, if you're going to do it, you don't have to pull us down. Another example is, whilst all of this was happening with the shit and gig stuff, it's ironic that they were British going to America and then having to, you know, be caught up in this whole mess. Backchat London released a video saying black men are scared of dating black women. This is on Backchat London right now. It's probably the last video as we watch. And I thought, why would you want to bring that up in the midst of everything that is happening? So, and this is again, and they were talking about it. Some of the guys, which I didn't agree with the perspective. They were saying, oh, the reason these black British guys end up dating white women is because there's not enough black women when you go higher up in terms of status and money. But the reality is that's not true, because more black women are in the workforce, especially in the UK. We have more black women becoming more middle class and actually in those higher positions. I saw it. I went to an event the other day in investment banking, and there were like 6 black women and 2 black guys. So we're higher up in positions and doing more, but intentionally you see those 2 black guys dating white women. So I think, if we take away the emotion, it's not right that maybe she generalized it. I think she was trying to protect black women, to say, listen, it's about location. It's not about desirability in the sense of nobody desires you. It's maybe the location you're in, which we all said the same thing. I don't know whether black Americans just embrace more black women there because, I don't know, they just value them more. And in terms of maybe even taking care of, there's a different stance in terms of being freer and generous with money. I think I've experienced that myself. We would say black British, not all black British guys, but most are tight. That's also said when people go to Ghana, like they'll say, oh, you don't want to date the black British guy, he's not going, or they change even when they go to Ghana and they start to become more free and start to spend because they know the African guys are always spending. Let's be honest, there's just a whole, and it's because they just see it as why, there's a whole note. I think there's a mindset that black British guys have about, why should I have to do it for you? Like, what is it for? Like, they have to have a reason. And sometimes it's good because, I mean, you're maybe wise with your money, but other black men don't see it that way. Like, if I'm in Namibia, they're like, it's my duty. They see it as a responsibility to look after a woman. It's not always the right thing, but that's how they view it. So it's again about how you're nurtured and raised. And I don't know if it's culture again that comes into play, but I think that's where she was alluding to. If I just took out the content from it, ideally, you'd want her to have said, in my view, in my perspective, with my experience, and it's not everyone, but I can also add to it and say, I understand where she's coming from. I date black men and I'm in white spaces. I intentionally have to look for black men because I like black men. And and both approach me, both black and white. But I don't, I think you have to intentionally want to do it. And I don't know if all black men have that care for it anymore.
Yeah. It's tight. No, but you know what? Let me validate your experience. I can understand what you're saying, right? Because there's some of the things you actually said. Me and Sam both laughed because we know, right? It's funny because we know there is some truth to what you're saying, right? In the way that we operate sometimes as black men, the funny part when you said about being a tight spender, I guess I think that's even a British thing. I think honestly that's a British cultural thing because us at back home, that's not how we are. So I think it's when you adopt the culture, the British culture, that is a part of that. It's about being, kind of not even say restrictive, but being disciplined in that area. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what the word would be, but
Britain is more reserved, conservative.
Reserved. That's
with things. So that's usually what it is.
Yeah, that's exactly the word I was looking for in that respect. But no, listen, I understand what you're saying, Penny. Look, I get it. Again, I find it intriguing, right? I find it intriguing this conversation in a sense of, and listen, I definitely agree that sometimes the way that men present things, I'm not with it the way they talk about it, right? But I find it intriguing that sometimes this conversation, sometimes women do the very thing that men do, but they will complain about men doing it, right? So, for instance, when you said this is my experience, but you slightly generalize a little bit, but you kept it to your experience, and I appreciate that, right? But I think what we're kind of saying is that I get what London Hughes was saying. I do understand what she was coming from. It's a generalization that's frustrating because that's why the whole red pill is there. They're out here generalizing the same thing, saying that women are this, women are that, right? And I was having a conversation with someone else and saying, listen, I can say this as well. Look, right, from my experience, do you know who I got bullied by? It wasn't white women. It was black women. I wasn't getting bullied by white women. In fact, white women actually were embracing me, right, showing me love. But I'm not going to generalize black women as being that, right? I had to realize that actually the reason why I was getting bullied by some of these women is the ones I was even liking. Those are the ones I was getting bullied by. You understand what I'm saying to you, right? So, like, the same way that I understand what you're saying, that some of these guys may operate in a certain way, the guys that you want are operating that way. That's why we're making it specific, because the girls that I want, rejection doesn't hurt until it's the one that you want. You know what I'm saying to you? And so I think that's what me and Sam were kind of saying. That I do get what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing necessarily with what you're saying. Actually, I'm more adding a more commentary to what I'm adding to the commentary of what you're saying in a sense, rather than I don't want to invalidate it, because there is some truth to what you're saying. I do actually. We've seen some of the stuff, but again, like for instance, nuance has to be added, right? We talk about men not adding nuance to a conversation. For instance, talking about how women are always divorcing, but not adding no nuance. When you gave an example, like for instance, going to that particular place, there were 6 women and 2 men. Now this conversation is going to get wild real quick. What was the level of the looks here? Because you can't just put 6 women and say, we have 6 black women, and be like, I'm just going to be real with you. The same way that I can't say there were 6 black men and there was 2 women and be like, why didn't you date them? And so, well, let's add a bit of nuance to this. Were they of a certain caliber? Because you like a certain caliber, Penny. Right? Penny, you like a certain caliber. I know you. So you like a certain caliber. Not every man can get in there like that. You know what I'm saying to you? You have a standard to you. Okay? So it don't matter if there were 6 men in there that were black. If those 6 black men did not have a certain standard that you like, Penny, you gonna look at them, okay, but you gonna walk right past them. Okay? So I'm wondering if we can add a little bit more nuance then to the conversation, to this dating experience aspect. Not to deny, but maybe more to add to that conversation. You know what I'm saying, Jay? I don't know if Sam wants to add something, and if Penny wants to reply, or Jay or Elsie, that's fine as well. We're having a good conversation, so.
Yeah, no, again, as you said, I don't want to invalidate the experience, because I definitely know of some people that have had that experience of struggling with black men. It's mad, because you have to take it case by case, and people, I'm not saying you, Penny, but people do not add the context in every situation that they're in. Again, maybe like sometimes, like with when it comes to guys, they don't date black women, and they get questioned about it. They live in an area like I remember I lived in Portsmouth for some time. Now there's hardly any black people in that area. So when a black guy goes to that area, you're mostly going to date white women because those are the type of women, or not type of women, but the race of women that are there. Now, if two or couple black women are there, you're gonna look at them, but maybe if they're not to the standard that you would like of them, you're still gonna date white women. What I would say to you is this: my whole problem with the thing is that I don't care if you date outside your race, if you date in your race, this, that. Just don't bring it like the gender down. Like, this is where I always say, black men, okay, you might have a point, but your point is invalidated because of the fact that you're trying to bring black women down. There is a venom behind your voice that is trying to bring black women down. There is a tone that you are, or the words that you are saying, you're trying to bring them down. I don't want to hear it. Yeah? And that's the same with black women that do the same thing. And that's my annoyance with it. You can date whoever you want to date. Love whoever you want to love. Do you get what I'm saying? But please, please do not bring the other gender down. It's just stupid. But yeah.
From my dismissive side, I never get that we are concerned about who doesn't want us. Why are we concerned that demographic or that group doesn't want us? We should focus our energy on those who do want us. I mean, I'm sorry. It's like, okay, you don't like me? Fine. I didn't come here to make friends. So, that's my dismissive side, is even in the chat and stuff, or even when I'm in other YouTube chats, the host would focus on a negative comment. Why are you focusing on a negative comment? Far and few between. Focus on the positive ones that are more overwhelming. So for me, it's kind of like, when I was dating, I had a blind spot. If you didn't like me, even if you were my preference, okay, on to the next. Why waste the energy on someplace that will not bear fruit? Just move on. But I guess that's my dismissive or a protective instinct. I don't know. It's just, it baffles me that the complaint of who, about the people that don't want us. I'm sorry.
No, I definitely agree with what else said. And this is why I said, like, when it comes to the shits and giggle guys, it's like, and I was asking black women, like, come on, look at their personality and the characteristics that they have, the way they move. Would you date them? And most of them will say no. So it was like, why are we focusing on them? Like, why are you focusing on people that wouldn't even like you? I definitely agree with what else said. And also, just one more thing. There was a comment saying, so Sam was a hot commodity in Portsmouth. I wasn't. I was only, even when there was far and few between black women, I will force myself to date black women. I will force myself. But yeah.
We hear you, Sam. We hear you.
Same here, bro.
We peep you, Sam. We seeing what you're saying. But for
I agree with you all, and I could honestly take on board. I think that's a fair point about dating those who are for you and who celebrate you or who want you. I think what is happening is there's a common thread here where black women are being dragged into things that unprovoked, right? The shits and gigs was unprovoked. Woke up one morning, we're just being dragged. Black women are this, so and I think that's been a common thread. I think where black women are a bit frustrated is, where is the voices of black men to hold each other accountable? Because this happens in friendship groups before it comes online. And I think we don't want to be the laughing stock any longer. I think that's the argument. The argument is not who you're choosing to date, because I don't think we care enough for that. Because in my understanding, we can't date all black men, or you can't date all black women. It's just not possible. As you said, everybody has a specific person that they like or they're drawn to, and it's not every person in your race. So I could understand that, and I think soberly I am also of that thinking. I think where it becomes frustrating is when you have things like the Backchat London, who have such a big exposure, such big influence, having silly discussions, as we're saying, about a lot of black men are scared of, or a lot of people are scared of dating black women. Those are harmful comments or harmful statements. And then obviously the incident that happened with shoots and gigs. But the red pill, the fresh and fit, these are always discussions that are happening that black women are aggressive or they're hard to date, or they're just difficult. Those are the terms that are always said, when truly I am agreeing. I am African, who live in the UK, and when I look at how I was raised and the type of women around me, they're probably the most understanding, loving, supportive partners or women. Like they're not the what is being described in the media. So I just wanted to probably add to this, because I think that's where, as me as a black woman, and me and my friends, when we talk about these things, is about like, yeah, date who you want. Just leave us out of it. You don't have to denigrate us. You don't have to, which we all agreed, undermine black women. You can date whatever culture, whoever you want to date. Just leave the black women out of it. There's no need to add and say, okay, I'm choosing you because, creating this comparison thing between races is not helpful at all. So I think we're all agreeing.
Okay, because I was going to say, I'm glad you said at the end, I think we all agree, because I was going to say, but that's what we're doing. We're holding her accountable the same way that we hold Passport Bros accountable for their comments towards black women. Now she's doing a comment towards black men. Sometimes when people go low, we do not have to go to hell. Like, seriously, we don't have to go to hell to protect ourselves. Why should I lose my seat in God's favor to attack somebody that's already broken? You know what I'm saying? Those men are already broken. Let me not stoop down to their level. This is what I have a problem with this stuff, because that's that pink pill community talk. We're going to still be divisive. And that was my whole problem with this whole thing that she did. It's still divisive when you say that there's a way to sit there and protect the black woman and not harm the black man at the same time. All you have to do, like me and Elsie said, is say, sometimes a change of environment is all you need, ladies. Sometimes a change of mindset is what you might need, ladies. And sometimes a combination of both. The results is endless for you. Because sometimes people in the States, like I said, we're going through the same thing in the States. We have the same issues here. But I can go overseas and it might be better for me just because it's a change of environment. My mindset is now changed because I'm in a whole different location. Sometimes my past here is tying me into a loop that I can't get out of. And once I leave out of here, now I'm free. See, there's a whole bunch of questions with her thing and stuff like that. Like, we don't know her past. Maybe her past was the reason why some of the men is not choosing her. Maybe there's things that she believes in herself that it comes off in the energy that she puts off, and the men are picking it up. I really dislike when I hear women, dark-skinned women, any type of women talk down on themselves because of the features that they can't really control. I really dislike that. Because that exudes out into the world and everybody else feels that energy, and they either decide they want to deal with you or prey on you. And I want us to be in a space that you can be happy with who you are, have no regrets, and really be like, I only mess with people that mess with me. And it brings me back to somebody that told me a long time ago, and it didn't register to me at the time when I kept thinking about it because it just didn't make no sense. He said, go like people that like you. You chase people that don't like you. And I couldn't figure out what you're talking about, because I'm like, everybody that I'm trying to, they like me, but I'm going after people that like me, but they weren't aligned with what I liked. They like me. Just me, for whatever reason they like me for, but they weren't aligned with all I stood for, what I stand for, what I mean, all my boundaries. They weren't aligned with those things. So they weren't going to do me any good in the long run. So sometimes God is protecting you by not giving you certain people that you want in the first place. Sometimes you just gotta say, thank you, God, for not letting me settle in that space with that person back then. Because now, guess what? I got the best thing in my life right now. Had I chose that person back then, I would have never moved. I would have never found this person, and I never found myself. So I just want us to be in a space, stop having these crazy conversations about The black man did this to me and the black man did that to me, or the black woman did this and the black woman did that. Stop having these conversations. Start saying, I did this. I made these choices. This is where we go back to this conversation from the beginning. Are these people at fault when Coach is saying that they're, what was you saying earlier about all these topics that they're going? Because it's like, I'm going to say, if you don't have regrets or whatever stuff, you can't be faulting these other people for the decision that you made. Like Tia cannot fault Cory for the decision she made. She decided to divorce him. Oh, the wasted time thing. That's what it was. Did other people waste your time, or did you waste your time? Because you didn't love yourself enough to know that that person wasn't good for you. You didn't love yourself to say, I got boundaries and you're not about to cross over these because you don't come in correct. So we got to stop like being in a space that we want to look outwards all the time. And I know it's hard because school teaches us from an early age, man, in this first 5 years of your life, you're learning nothing but yourself and maybe the small circle around you. Then you get into school, and for the next 10, 11, 12 years, you're in that program learning everything outside of you. Why do we stop learning ourselves, but start picking up and learning outside of everybody else and stuff? And then we start shaping ourselves based off of everything we learned outside of us. This is the thing. We're going to probably have to start teaching our children. Yeah, you go to school to learn outside things, but don't never stop learning yourself. That help you make better decisions way earlier in life. You always know the people that mostly make it early in life, they already knew age 7, 4, 5. This is what I am. This is what I want to be. This is where I'm going to go. They make those decisions early. So we got to stop like looking outwards to other people and blaming them for every decision that we make and start looking inwards. That's all I got to say on it. Sorry for the long rant.
You awake, Kojo?
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. I heard you open the mic, so I thought you were gonna go in it. So.
Oh no, I couldn't see your face, so I'm like, he's asleep.
Oh yeah, you can't see my face. Yeah, you can't see my face. Yeah, sorry. I got a hat on, innit? Yeah, no, I'm tuned in. I'm tuned in.
My long rant.
No, not at all. I heard you loud and clear. Do you know what I'm saying? To you? I'm keyed in.
For the she's and the and gigs, I think that it's either one media training or they didn't do their homework. If they did their homework, they would have known not to go there. They would have known that was not the place to go. And while they're getting the heat, there was an African American on the couch with them. And he ain't getting that much heat. And he's with the show.
I said this as well.
And he was laughing the hardest. But anyways.
Yeah. So is he fight or flight because he's got a direct deposit? He's got a paycheck assigned to this? But that show has been a problem. That has been a problem. And whoever organized it for them, I hope they got an apology from them, and I hope they do their homework from now on, because that was not the place to go. It wouldn't have served them. And there's some places you just don't go, even if you want to broaden your audience. You have to think about what the person says, because they have turned around and slashed and diced up the apology. So to see how diabolical it is, and Gigs went and apologized. And then the show went and sliced and diced up that apology. That is some real nasty work. That's some real nasty PR. You could have just said, well, they gone, they back home, whatever. But it's like, how dare you think that my behavior was unbecoming? So, yeah, their media person did them no favors by putting them on that show. And I'm sorry to say, but anybody else going on that show should think twice, because if something happens that you have to apologize for, they are going to slice and dice you afterwards. Just keep that in mind.
I was gonna say, yeah, that was another point that Elsie brought up. I'm agreeing with everything that Elsie is saying today. Like, if I
Dang, wait a
just
minute.
take
You say that like you don't usually agree with her.
no, do you know what it is? It's just like when somebody's
So he
making
agreeing that
multiple
he's a hot
points.
commodity back in
in Portsmouth.
Oh my days! You know when somebody's saying multiple points, you have to give them their credit at least. But yeah, no. The whole thing is that if I take the situation in isolation, I actually do feel for them, because you can get put into a situation where you don't expect it, and somebody said something, and it's kind of like, let's move on, let's move on, let's move on, and you don't know what to say in that situation, and that's why I did feel for them, because it was kind of like they didn't say anything. They had to. It was kind of like they were laughing, but laughing in a way of like, okay, let's just move on. Let's just move on. And again, as Elsa said, they didn't do their homework, or whoever is their representative didn't do their homework on the show, because the way Andrew said that so boldly, and it was such a dangerous narrative that black women are violent. Do you know how mad, like, how mad it was to say that? And it's the fact that they're getting the most heat and not him and the black guy that was sitting next to them. I was laughing. And when obviously the apology video that they were absolutely ripping to shreds, the guy was laughing even more. So like at a point, it's kind of like you need to check where you're going. You need to vet actually the people that you're going to interview, or you're doing an interview with, or you're interview like it was a whole mess, which in isolation I did feel really sorry for them for. But yeah, it's a lesson to everyone. We're going to interviews.
They learned about the deep end. They certainly did.
Sam, I disagree with you about feeling sorry for them, because had that been a black woman sat there and somebody made a joke and said black men are violent, trust and believe you, black women would have gone crazy on that seat and be like, what do you mean by that? So
you know what
I think
I
don't agree with the idea of like sitting there when somebody's making, and he extended the joke. It was a very long joke about, you know, the black woman effect and whatever. There were so many multiple times they could have been like, okay, it's not funny anymore. You know, so I don't feel sorry for them. I think it's great that that's brought to light and highlighted that these are things that we should not condone. It's a shame that they had to be on the receiving end, but I think it's great that we start putting a stop to this type of discussions and narratives, because they're becoming too much now. Like I said, Backchat London is another example, and nobody's talking about Backchat London, who put out a video again making that statement saying black women are aggressive or people are scared to date black women, and that's a black channel saying that, right? So yeah, I think we just need to stop altogether, because we're not the punching bags of people, you know.
No, 100% agree that we need to stop altogether. I think where I was coming from with it, and I don't know if Kojo remembers this or seen it, but I don't know if you know PK Humble.
Yeah, I remember PK Humble, yeah.
And then he was in this interview where he's from Congo, right? And this guy called in and made a very mad joke about Congo. And if you know what was happening in Congo at that time. But PK Humble, he didn't say anything about it, but he kind of laughed it off. But in his, like, people were really getting onto him. Like, he's Congolese. Why did you not stand up? Why did you not check the guy for saying that joke, disgusting joke? And he was kind of like, I'm not gonna lie, I was quite shocked in that situation that was said. And in the moment, it's kind of like your first reaction is to laugh it off, but move on. And that's my whole thinking about shits and giggles, the situation that they were in. Like, it was more of like, it was a shock. I was like, oh, let's just move on, which they did say in their apology video. Let's just move on. Let's just move on. And it's kind of like, sometimes I've been in that situation where somebody says something and you're thinking, what? Then you're like, move on. But even in that, with multiple situations I've seen where guys have been in that, or women have been in that same situation, it's made me more conscious now to not be afraid to call it out at the time, just to actually wait and say, no, do you know what, that's not right. Let me just call it out quickly. So it doesn't even cover my back, but actually let them know that, no, it's not okay to say these kind of things. But yeah, that's the point I was coming from.
Listen, when this guy has the audacity to come back and say, these guys had the option to remove that joke from the edit and they didn't, I can't feel sorry for them because they had the option as well. So he's highlighted that as well. So I think I get what you're trying to say. I just think we need to get to a point where we're actually openly, especially from a guy's perspective, that you guys hold each other accountable with such narratives, because it becomes culture, it becomes what's enforced, and then people start to believe this, and then this is why, you know, you get your white counterparts feeling comfortable to say that. There's no reason why a white man would sit there and feel comfortable to say that. It's because it's been so ingrained in our culture in terms of how they undermine or treat or mistreat Black women, that they feel like they could bring out something that was meant to be a positive trend actually, and him turn it into something that's negative. Because the Black woman effect is a positive trend. It's to say, you know, Black women are adding a little bit of flavor to the white man, and most of the interracial couple during them are loving it. So why did he have to bring that down? And, you know, there was nothing negative about it. So there was a whole thing that he was trying to drive to, which I think they had the opportunity to be like, okay, that's not necessary. But also, on another note, this is just my own views, I think we have given so much responsibilities to influencers. I think some of these influencers have money but don't have brains. That's just my whole perspective. So sometimes these people are put into these positions where they're having to answer for bigger social issues, and they don't understand the depth and maybe even the issues or the history or the context around it. And I think that's the challenge. I think there's too much money getting thrown around to people who are just not equipped for it. That's just my views, but I'm controversial.
No, I don't think it's controversial at all. I think you actually made some good qualifying points. I think we do need to hold each other accountable, which I think the whole internet has held them accountable, to be honest, and rightly so. I don't think there's anything wrong with the way they've held them accountable. I do feel like, obviously, like I said, I was cautious about saying anything about it because I think also when we talk about obviously being in difficult situations, right, we talk about things about fight or flight. But what we don't talk about is that there's more than fight and flight. There is freeze, there is flop, and there is friend. And in this situation, sometimes you can freeze, sometimes you can flop, and sometimes you can friend. And I say this to say this, right? If you've ever been at work before and you've had a white colleague make a Black joke, how many of you have been the first one to be like, whoa, that's disrespectful, I'm calling that out straight away? Not everybody does that. I've been in situations where another colleague, I remember I had a colleague when I was in the office, and there was a white woman that was saying, your name is too difficult. And I said to him, bro, don't let her say that about your name. Like, everybody has difficult names. There's an Eastern European person with a name is difficult to pronounce, but they're not telling them to change their name to make it simpler. He's like, bro, I don't want no trouble. I said, bro, no, don't have it. Like, don't let them do that, bro. See, this is the thing, right? We talk about people, being in spaces to kind of fight or advocate. Not all of you are advocators. Both men and women are not advocators, right? Let me give you an example. How many people would have wanted to lose their job with Colin Kaepernick and got on their knee? Man or woman? Many of you are too concerned about your own job and your own life, right? When it comes to advocacy and when it comes to actual fighting, both men and women can be afraid of losing something that they actually have. And so it takes people who don't care. Now, the people who do care, it can be very frustrating when you see other people in a space where they could say something and don't say something. It is very frustrating, I'll be honest with you. As somebody who's obviously advocated and lost something from advocating for other people, I totally understand what that is. So I understand the frustration with the Fuhad and James situation, because this would have been a perfect opportunity to put Andrew Schultz and any white person too in place to be like, listen, that's not the kind of jokes you can make. You know what I'm saying to you? You don't have any authority here to have that kind of joke. You know what I'm saying to you? And so for me personally, again, that was a missed opportunity in that respect, right? To be able to put Andrew Schultz in his place. I would say that I'm gonna need that same energy across the board, because y'all have had Charlemagne in that position for a very long time, and he's been cahooting with this particular person who has the same views the whole entire time. It's never been different. Andrew Schultz has never changed his stick. He's always been that way. So James and Fuhad have taken responsibility for going on that platform. Whoever their team was, which probably it's probably moving like H&M with no black people in. No offense to them, I love them, but you know what I'm saying to you, because there's no way that if you had a black person who's understood the culture, is sending you there at least not prepared to say, if you are gonna go there, bro, you know we're gonna, that this is gonna happen. So be ready to check certain things so that it don't fire back on you. Do you know what I'm saying to you? So in that space, that's where they, you know what I'm saying to you, they could have learned, they're gonna learn that lesson. So, you know what I mean, like. But yeah. I mean, listen, I always say this: they hit a perfect storm, because that Andrew Schultz thing was out full time. It was out for a month or two before. It's the fact that they went on to, and this is the thing, they went on to another podcast and they said what they said about no baddies in Atlanta. Well, specifically James said it. No baddies in Atlanta. Okay, it's what then triggered everything else. Before then, y'all didn't even have a problem with them. Yeah, y'all didn't have a problem with them. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Y'all didn't have a problem with them until that particular podcast triggered everybody to go and look back now at everything. So I'm not saying that they're right. Personally, I already said this, that, and this is my honest opinion, they've always been the way they've always been. They've always been the way they've always been. You know what I'm saying to you? And this is just obviously unfortunate. It's a perfect storm. It's a perfect storm of, you said what you said on one podcast, it's highlighted in another second podcast as well. Opportunity didn't shut it down, and now it's become even more big of a storm. Personally, like I said, I don't like people making jokes about black women around me like that. You know what I'm saying to you, right? I don't personally like them kind of things there. People have seen it on the channel. When they come on and try it, I don't like it. We shut it down, right? There's a way to address certain issues. I think there's a way to go about it. I was such a problem with them. I hear it. But you know, there's a way to go about certain things. I don't like them kind of jokes and them kind of things there, especially from a certain demographic. But again, like I said, I'm a natural advocator. So when something like that happens to me, I'm not phased. I'm ready to fight. Not everybody's ready to fight, and that's the biggest problem. And whether we agree with it or disagree with it, some people are just not built like that. That when that stuff happens, it comes out. So that's why the apology had to be made, because encompassing everything that's actually happened, yeah, you got to apologize. Now, this is my personal thing. If I apologize and he cuts up my apology like that, you getting cut up next. Cause I'm definitely coming for your neck after that. If that all bets are off at that point. You know what I'm saying to you? I'm not letting you get away scot-free. Now I'm going to learn my lesson. I'm going to be like, well, you next on the list as well. Maybe I've got a vendetta in me, but that's why. But you're not going to cut me up, blaze me up to everybody else, and think I'm going to be okay. No, not at all. You know what I'm saying to you? But yeah, that's a bit of a crazy one still. But yeah, it's tight in the dunya.
It's a little bit of a double whammy. You're getting cussed out by black women, and then on the other side, you're getting cussed out by the guy that you were trying to laugh with. So it's just like, yeah, it's going all wrong for them. But yeah, no, it's a thing where they have to learn from this situation. And if you look at their audience as well, I know Elsid mentioned it, and I think Penny mentioned it as well. Most of their supporters are black women. And it's kind of like, you just done such a disservice to them. A lot of black women like their content. I haven't really watched them. I just see clips of them when they're just laughing at comments or something like that. But you have to now go away and see how you can do better. This is a wake-up call for them. It's definitely something that they have to look at, review, and they need to change, especially with their internal views, because I know Fuad said something earlier, I don't know how long ago, about was it Fuad or was it James? They said something earlier ago that was a bit okay. Is that your view on black women? But yeah, no, they have to go away and actually really review for themselves, like who they are, what black women mean to them. If their preference is white women as well, like it's not really a problem, but just don't bring down black women. And if that's not the case, then when you go into these interviews, obviously, as El said before, properly do your research about who you are doing an interview with. But also, when you hear something mad, do not be afraid to call it out. And it doesn't have to be aggressive. It doesn't have to be, oh, I'm gonna fight you. It can be, wait, hold on. Why do you think like that? Why did you say that? Why is that your view? It could be a conversation that can open up into something a little bit more. Because I was imagining myself in that situation and what I would have said. Now, I would have been very angry. Do you get me? Because when a white woman or a white man says something, especially when white women, but anyways, when a white woman or a white man says something about my race, it's a little bit triggering, because who the hell are you to be talking about my race in that kind of manner? But personally, what I would have done in that situation, or what I would like to think I would have done, is ask Andrew Sauce, why do you think of that, as that black women do that? Right? What did you have a personal experience with that, with a black woman that hit you? Is that your personal experience? Where did you get that idea from? And just open up the conversation to actually see, but also call him out that no, this is not right. The joke that you made, whether you're trying to be funny or not, it's not the right comment to make.
There are ways to dress down the Andrews of the world without being aggressive. You could simply flip it on him, and say, well, what is your woman's effect? Or you can bring it to him like, well, the first black woman effect for me is my mother. So what are you trying to say? Something that'll put him back on his heels. But then you've got to have your research to know how to address him, the show, and what will work. Or just don't go on the show. I would, in looking at the demographics of and gigs, I would not have placed them on that show. I would not have placed them on the other show as well, where they said there weren't, a lot of baddies in Atlanta. Whoever made the choices, they made it based on numbers, how many followers these shows have, and not based on the demographic that they are trying to reach. So again, it was a strategic backfire as well that made it all the way across the pond.
You're not tell no lie. You know what I mean? You don't tell no lies. So, and I definitely hear what you lot are saying. I'm not disagreeing at all, to be honest. I think, yeah, that's why they're getting cooked. So, and they're being consistently cooked. You know what I'm saying to you, as well. But I think you made a good point earlier on as well, Sam, as well, right? Which is there was, and this is my thing. And I think it's because obviously people heralded Fuhad and James as, again, the savior. The wrong horse has been bet upon, which is, again, another story for itself, right? But there is a black man on that couch next to them who ain't saying jackal and is entertaining the bullcrap and then entertaining the apology bullcrap and sitting on that couch, and we're not having a party about this person. We're not dragging him as well. Like, he's just sitting there enjoying the jokes as well. I think this goes back to what we said about earlier on, about when people are looking for people that don't like them, right, or rejected by someone. You don't care about people that you don't like. It's the whole point, which is why. And again, James and Fuhad deserved to get what they get. After I watched what I watched, and I saw the other extra clips. I was like, damn, okay, I was, my boys, but some of that shit is crazy. You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah, they're gonna smoke you a little bit. Just take the smoke. But there's someone sitting on that couch twice, and I'm like, wait, hold on a minute. Why is he just sitting there and we ain't calling him out? We ain't calling him out. You know what I'm saying to you? Why are we not dragging him as well for entertaining the nonsense? Well, why are we not dragging him for saying why are we not saying that he didn't step in and defend people? And it's because you don't care about him. He's not important to you. And it goes back to that relationship conversation we're talking about what that when you're looking at saying obviously I don't like black men, don't like me or whatever. Is it the one that you're looking for? Is it the one that you actually want? Because he's sitting there comfy, bruv, on both occasions. You know what I mean? So, but
I have the same smoke for that black guy as I have for Fuhad and James. Honestly, I was so embarrassed I was very embarrassed for him for sitting there, and you could tell when they came back on the second joke when Andrew Shields was trying to laugh at the apology, the guy didn't even want to look up to laugh because he was so embarrassed. And I thought to myself, you look more stupid in front of this guy. And if this is how Andrew Schultz looks at this situation, he looks at you as a fool every day that you come into that office, and he can make jokes to you about black people. Because I'm sure it's not his first time that he's done this, as you guys have said. And that's why I'm saying that for me, it's more about as a culture, and as we have all said here, as we move forward, when these discussions come up, it's divisive between ourselves, but also that we're challenging each other. And we're, as you said, holding that same smoke across the board, not just for James and Fuad, but within our friendship groups, because this becomes a narrative that we all start to embrace, and it's not normal, and it shouldn't be. I'm still, as I said, alarmed by the fact that Backchat London would put out a video like that, who are black, channel doing that as well. Like, I feel the same across the board, whether it was Andrew Shields or like a black person. I don't think we should start having those type of discussions. It's just not helpful. It's very dangerous. And again, it just feeds into this whole thing that we're having about us not liking each other, not loving ourselves, and also recreating that low self-esteem. And it breeds all this just under layers of emotions that are not building us as a people. So I feel the same. I have the same smoke for that guy as for James and as for Fuhad as well. Another thing was, I was thinking about, do you reckon money and numbers are the driving force, and people are just willing to, for the penny, my name, or for the pound or whatever, for the dollar, they're willing to sell out, or willing to keep quiet? Because I saw something that said there's two types of people in the world, not good people obviously and bad people, but there's evil people. They're the people who do the evil, and then they're the people who watch other people do the evil, and say nothing, so becoming an enabler. And this is also leading to the thing of Didi, right? How did he end up doing all these things for so long? People knew, but people kept quiet. So if we don't call out certain behaviors, as you said, Elicit and Sam, about, you could do it in a way that's not aggressive, but you could also say, I saw that and I don't agree with that, and why do you think that's okay? So I think there's something there about, maybe as a culture, and especially as black men, that sometimes we could also just go with the group and laugh at things, but it's actually, and you say it's a boys talk or it's just banter, but the banter is harmful, then it should be called out.
Listen, first and foremost, it takes education. I think, and I know it may sound a bit wild, but it does actually take education. Sometimes, in order to be able to check something, right? People need to be empowered to know that they can actually say no, and they don't have, and they can do it and disagree, and it doesn't affect their bottom line, or doesn't affect them. It's very much the same thing with like boundaries, right? In the same way, right? When people say like, I want to say no, but I feel guilty when I say no. And it's why I gave the example about being at work, that at points in time, to other people, it doesn't seem that way, right? If you're already a contentious person, if you can argue your point down, if you can defend your point already, you're not the person I'm talking about. Because you already know how to handle that situation. You don't mind a confrontation. Just like we know that there's some people at work who you have to defend them for them, because they do not know how to do it. Now, this is not me giving them an excuse. This is me actually saying that until people are educated in a way that they're able to actually, in two formats. One, on that particular rhetoric that was very harmful towards black women, and understanding that this is the kind of language we don't want to see perpetrated or go on. That's one part of the education level as well, right? The misogynoir, if you want to call it that way as well. But the second part, obviously, also is training people also to be able to speak up. And actually say and defend themselves without becoming a beast. It's what I saw about the other day with becoming the lion and the lamb. Being able to defend yourself while asserting yourself without actually becoming a beast by going over the top and losing your ish, right? As someone would say, a very calculated or a very smart quip to bring somebody around the corner, be like, hey, my bro, that ain't it. You know what I'm saying to you? But like I said this before, I said, listen, Andrew Schultz is not the cleverest of guys. You know what I'm saying to you? If you're smart, if you educate yourself enough, you will start to realize that actually, of course, it was a setup, right? Of course, it was a setup in that sense. But there's a reason why they chose you. That's something that James and Fuad have to look at. There's a reason why they accepted you onto their panel, because had they accepted somebody else who was, let's say, a Dr. Umar, you'd have dropped one joke and Dr. Umar would have torn your new arsehole. Excuse my French. So you're not going to invite Dr. Umar on there, and dropping those jokes, right? Because you ain't getting that. So again, this is coming back to that comment. We've had this conversation myself about dark arts, right? About how men choose women as prey. Well, men look at other men as well as prey. And unfortunately, Jason, who I would prey. They got to learn that quick, because that right there was a nasty setup. But it's also because you need to be educated in the areas of how, when it comes to culture wise, right, there are certain narratives that we just don't have to allow, especially our counterparts who are of a different demographic, to ever have room to talk. You know what I'm saying to you? That should just never run in that respect. So again, it takes education though to be in that space, because sometimes, like we said, if you're not educated in that area and you go into and you get put on a platform as well, right? Sometimes our ignorance can be exposed, and this is one of those moments where your ignorance kind of gets exposed. Because I've said something, not necessarily to color, but I've said some things in terms of relationships and stuff like that, where if I had a bigger platform, they probably would have run me out of the country, blood. You know what I'm saying to you, right? And by the grace, I haven't at the time. So, but it's not me saying give them a pass at all. No, I'm saying they get in the smoke that they deserve to get the smoke. I'm saying that there's a two-part education that needs to take place, which is around misogynoir, and then obviously around also about speaking up as well, right? You don't have to take that like if they're being generally honest, which I do believe they are, that you felt like you wanted to say move on, right? That's an educative piece. That you can still say move on. Nothing wrong with saying move on, but if that person doesn't want to move, if that person keeps saying the same jokes and you're saying move on, and they're not listening to you, they're breaking your boundaries. So what do you do when they break their boundaries? That's an educative piece that needs to be undertaken as well. So that's just my little something that hopefully they can put into place and start growing from.
Here's my question for the gentleman from the UK on the panel. If this was in the UK, do you think they would have had the same response? Do you think that's them, or is it that they didn't want to offend an American audience as well?
I don't know if have we had something like this, Sam? A conversation like this where
that's actually a good question. To be fair, that's a very good question. I will definitely say a new environment, or a different environment is more of like they don't. It's all down to the research, as you said, that was said that they didn't do. So I feel like they didn't know how to act in that situation, in that environment. Now, would that have been different if they were in the UK? It's a hard question, because if I'm going to be realistic, if that same situation happened, I still think they would have done the same thing. But I don't know. I agree with you.
But would they have gone on that podcast though? Would they have gone on that podcast?
That's true.
They wouldn't have gone on that podcast. That's the difference. Because in UK, if
they wouldn't go on Piers Morgan.
No, but Piers Morgan wouldn't say something outlandishly as racist like that. He says when he says something racist, he doesn't go to that extent. It's he knows what his kind of racism it goes to, right? I've never heard him say black women necessarily are violent or anything like that kind of thing. He says some wild stuff. Don't get it twisted. No, Piers Morgan says some wild stuff that I've never agreed with. But I don't foresee, and He hasn't done it yet, and I don't. Maybe I've missed it. I don't
You
see him
missed
say.
it.
He
You
might have
missed
said.
it.
Did he say against black women? Did he say against black women?
No. You missed. He did have a color reference. That's why his weatherman walked off the set while they were live.
But that again, that was towards a black man. If it was, I'm talking about towards black women. I'm making it specific for a reason because it makes it much more different. If it's towards a black man, yeah. He says those narratives and tropes all the time about black men are thieves. But would black women be shouting and screaming? No, because it will be up to us to defend it. And I wouldn't want black women to defend us either. We should stand up for our own. When he did that, he got called out for that. Do you know what I'm saying to you? A lot of people called him out for that as well. So if you go on, I think you would have had a different response because racism is very different in the UK because it's subtle.
In the UK.
Yes. So if someone comes out and becomes, that's why Piers Morgan's almost like an exception. Someone being that outlandish and being so vibrant with the racism, like where the Andrew Schultz is, you're not lasting long in the media space in the UK. You have to be subtle with your racism. You have to add tropes and be almost stereotypical but very clever with it. Whereas what Andrew Schultz did was very vibrant, very direct. You're not going to get away with that in the UK. You're not going to get that in the UK unless you're probably in the House of Commons and somewhere deep, somewhere in the bushes. But and that's not saying that we're better. We're just saying that they have a different way of doing it in the UK. So would they have gone on that show? I think they would have been more prepared.
I was going to say that when it comes to I think what we said earlier, what me and Coach said earlier, is the British culture. The British culture is more conservative, is more reserved. So when it comes to their racism, it's not outright in your face. It's more of the slight comments where you look back at it, like, hold on, what did you just say? it's like that. What would that? I guess it's generally typically with Americans. Americans are very. They it's like they will say what they will say. They will say what they will say. And this is, I'm generalizing, and I do apologize if that might not be the narrative with Americans. But with Andrew Schultz, I believe that's how you say his name. It was more of like, boom, black women this, and it's kind of like, whoa, you actually said that. In Britain, you would hardly hear anybody say something like that on the media. It's more of like, how would I put it into a sentence? I can't think
more
of anything.
Class issue.
Yes, 100%. And also, they will add, as a coach said, tropes to it. So they will add new. Oh, but I said this because of this, that. There's always there might be like a clause, logical, point towards it, and it's kind of like you can't call it out to be racism, but you know it was racist.
Yeah.
Well, I hope that the UK shows kind of learn where to go and where not to go when they do their US tour.
Hey, you can put me on Andrew Schultz. I'll let him know what it is. We can go toe to toe. I don't mind.
I'm sorry, I wouldn't watch you if you went there, and then I would have to question myself as to, did I miss something? Kojo's there? I missed something.
Listen, I like to go in the Lion's Den straight. If you go and invite me, I'm gonna take you to the Lion's Den. If a corrupt pastor can invite me to a church and I'll come and question him about his own church, I'll come there and question you about your preferences, because there ain't no. That's just me again. But remember, I said at the beginning. I said I don't mind going toe to toe. I don't expect other people to. That my thing is, I wouldn't go there if you're not toe to toe in, and I probably wouldn't even get the invite in the first place because I'm ready to go toe to toe, and that's my whole thing. Is that I said that's why they're gonna have to be educated, because you got put out like prey, because not everyone's gonna go on the Andrew Schultz show, not because he's racist. That's not why they're not going on the show. People, Piers Morgan has like I said, very very subtle racist tropes, right? Black people go there all the time. Why? Because they can have at least we can have a little bit of debate. I mean, to some degree, because Piers Morgan be talking to everybody anyway. You know what I'm saying to you? But like, you shouldn't go there if you know you can't defend yourself. Don't go in the Lions Den if you know you can't fight the lion. It doesn't make no sense. You should just sit outside and let everyone else who can fight lions go and fight lions. If you can't go there, don't go there. But it's not for everyone to go on there. Do you know what I'm saying to you? But again, if you go on there, you got to know what you're going on there for. I'm not asking for him to invite me to anything, but I'm just saying that if I was invited, trust me, yeah, we're gonna have a conversation, because we got to have a back and forth. We got to have a little bit of a debate. You know what I'm saying to you? So,
Also, do people actually find him funny?
Yes,
I don't find
people
it.
do. People do. He has a following. He sells out theaters and stuff. He does. He has shows.
That's amazing.
So
I can't lie. That's amazing.
he is marketable and a money making machine.
Wow.
But I will say, in response to what Kojo said, is Kojo, at least you recognize when the toes are out to go toe to toe. I don't think and Gigs recognize that the toes were out for them to stand up. So
That's
you
fair.
got to be able to recognize it.
I would be more scared to go on Piers Morgan than Andrew Schultz. And the reason why is because the way that Piers Morgan is using tropes. Yeah, debates. Like because number one, he's going to cut you off. Number two, he uses tropes. And British folk are very well versed in troping a conversation. So it's like you have to be equally as adept. And I'm not just talking about being intelligent. I'm talking about as adept in the craft of what they bring to the table. Because before you think you got them as a Nash racist, they're like, well, hold on a minute. Let me just bring a statistic in terms of before you know it, you've been locked into another battle. So that's why Piers Morgan is so dangerous. And for me, that you'd have to make sure you're well versed before you go on Piers Morgan rather than Andrew Schultz. Because Andrew Schultz is coming with, I think, personally ignorant statements that are just vibrant and in your face. Like he's almost willing to call you the N-word into your face. That's very different to somebody who says, you know what, I don't know if I think black people are niggers. I don't want to say that they are. I want to say more the case that, you know, your history, if you really look at it, like where have you come from? That's how British people are. They're not going to take you straight to there. They're going to like, well, if you look at your history and look at some of the behaviors, I mean, you know, and then it's what we call straw man arguments that they take you to. Well, you know, you know, look at some of the robberies that have happened. Is that not black people? You know, now you have to go like, no, but black people are not one robber. Yeah, but no, but we just saw on the news that someone there was a black person who was on it. And before you know it, you're down one den. That's not even the conversation. So you have to be very adept. So with someone like Piers Morgan specifically, there's not many of them because the rest of them are not as adept. But Piers Morgan specifically is a slippery sly fox. I will give him that. He's a slippery sly fox. So yeah, you know.
Yeah, shows like Talk on YouTube, GB News, Piers Morgan. You need to know how to debate. That it's not even the intelligence in itself. You just need to know how to debate because they will pull you ragged. And you're thinking, how did we get here to this point? I wasn't even arguing this point. Right? You need to know how to debate. Keep on topic. Keep to the point. Don't even answer some questions because you even call them out. How is this relevant? Go back to the actual question. Go back to the actual because the way they will pull you. It's incredible. You just need to know how to debate when it comes to Britain.
So could I I'm going to spin it around now. I'm going to go to the Cardi B and Offset situation. And obviously, I go hard for black women, as you could clearly tell. But this whole back and forth between Offset and Cardi B is quite interesting. I have a concern of the Cardi B's in the world, and they're not a representation of all black women, but unfortunately they're in the limelight. I worry that, I don't know, some people are saying this is, what is it called? Social media, like sort of marketing stunts to, I'm not sure for what reason. Some people are saying it's that.
She has an album coming out.
Does she? I'm thinking, why would you want to use that as a strategy to have yourself exposed as sleeping with somebody whilst pregnant, knowing fully well you have young girls who follow you? I get really frustrated with things like this, where I'm like, there's people behind you who look up to you, who feel like you're an empowered woman, considering the her sort of rags to riches story. She was a stripper. Now she's obviously making music and doing all of that, and she's empowered. And then this happens, right? And she's so proudly talking about it, even if it's a marketing strategy. Could you not choose something else that was a bit more, I don't know, kosher? And I don't know. Is this normal? Is this also okay for black, or for somebody like Cardi B to represent herself in that way, with no responsibility, with no like? And I know they say we're not a role model, but you are, because you do influence a lot of people with your music. And the whole relationship is just crazy.
I hear that. Dahlia, welcome to the convo. Go for it.
Hi.
What's good?
Okay, so to Penny's question, I think we also have to really consider who's wrapped up in this scenario. You were asking about why is she doing this, considering her fan base and people who look up to her. I think we need to, kind of clear the ether here about who Cardi is. Let's just remind ourselves about Cardi. Cardi is the same woman who, like 3 or 4 years ago, proudly got on, I can't remember if it was IG Live or TikTok or whatever, and said that she rolled somebody while she was a stripper. And for those who don't know what that term means, it basically means you get someone, a man who's in a strip club, you get him drunk. I'm talking naked wasted, okay? You make him believe that you are going to take him to a hotel room or his house or whatever to have sex with him, okay? And then rather than actually doing it, you either drug him, or if you got like a pimp or something who's with you, you can hold him at gunpoint to rob him and take his money, which is what she did. She got him drunk, and I think she would I can't remember what she used, but she got them drunk and she would ply them with drugs and alcohol to get them to pass out, and then she would rob them for their money. She said this live. If she knew she could say that and nothing would happen to her, because the kind of men that she's targeting are married. That's what some of these strippers will do. That's called rolling a trick. That's what you do. So that's the type of woman that she is. She has not apologized for it. And the red pill community were rightly upset about it. They were rightly upset about it. But what they don't understand is some of these women know how to play the game, because they're targeting men who have something to lose, which is why they can't go to the cops. That's the kind of woman that she is. Is it a surprise to me that she would say something like this on live about possibly sleeping with someone who's not her husband while she's pregnant? No, it's not. I think it's really dumb. I think that's dangerous for her sake, because the number one, how do I put this? The number one cause of death for a pregnant woman is intimate partner violence. So you might want to be real careful about saying stuff like that. But no, that's not a shocker to me. And then also we have to consider who her loyal fan base is. They heard her say all this stuff on live and were cheering her on because they think that that's a good thing, that it's cute. Get the bad girl by any means necessary. So I don't think it's going to hurt her at all. I really don't. And she'll go right back to him like she always has, because this is not her first time. Unfortunately, this is not even, I'm sorry, it's not funny, but this is not her first time making comments on the internet about her situation with Offset. And he sounds like a terrible husband, to be honest with you. But he's not wrong in saying that she's going to come back. I would be more surprised if they actually did divorce, to be honest with you. I don't think that's going to happen. So yeah, that's my 2 cents in the matter.
Should I throw salt in it, Dahlia?
Please. I need it seasoned.
Absolutely.
Maybe he's like Lovers and Friends, her husband. What is his name? Maybe he is not enamored of the changes that, her pregnancy body has made. You remember they had that whole talk on Lovers and Friends? And he said he was not enamored. Are y'all following me? Maybe he's there. I'm not saying he's correct. I'm not saying, anything other than that, but that's what it was giving me. That usually when he steps out, it's usually when she is with child.
Yeah, that's why I was about to say something until I thought about it, LC, so I'll let you keep going.
Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead.
No, that's why I stopped myself because I was about to say no, and then I thought about it. Was like, yeah, the first time we know she was pregnant, and we found out he was cheating on her like around early in their marriage or somewhere around there. She was pregnant. I don't know about the in betweens outside of this last breakup, but it sounded like they could have been broken up, and the baby was a result of trying to get back a little bit with each other. That theory is going to hold up based off the timeline of their actual breakup. So I don't know, but he been cheating since been cheating. So I don't know what to do. You met a man that was out here doing him, and you still married him despite you having a baby and all this stuff like that. And I get it. Like, okay, one time I'm trying to make my family work with my baby daddy, but I'm about to put my foot down. And once I put my foot down, that's it. As I said it earlier in the chat. And it's not to stay with no kids. You know what I'm saying? I had one kid. I'm not gonna, I mean, not to stay with no kid, but not to just have multiple baby daddies. You don't have to have multiple kids. If he messed up and he want to F around again on a time that you're not pregnant, then let that man go. Otherwise, you're teaching him what your toleration is. You're saying, okay, I'm gonna take you back no matter how many times you cheat on me. The first time, some of us are a little graceful. I know Elle said you're not. I know you're going to say you're not. Some of us are a little bit more graceful. But after a while, come on, if you're going to keep disrespecting me, I got to put my foot down and protect myself now. So at some degree, Cardi got to take some ownership on some of the stuff she does. And we got to stop living in this selfish moment of not thinking about the seeds that we sowed in the ground by, i.e. your children. And airing out everything. That's why I'm not mad at Cory. Even if Cory was effed up to Tia in the relationship, he's doing the right thing by his kids right now by not speaking ill on their mother at any turn. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes you got to protect your kids, and this is how you protect your kids. She's not protecting her kids right now. You sit here making a statement saying, I regret you. I don't regret my kids, but I regret you. Had you never been there, guess what? Your kids will never be there. So it's kind of hard for you to make that statement like for true. Like, I can't believe you on that statement. Because if you don't regret your kids, you can't regret that man. You shouldn't be regretting that choice that you made, because that's a choice that you made to be with that man continuously, knowing he was out here doing what he was doing. So at some point, Cardi got to take ownership that she made bad decisions, get herself together, move on, and leave it alone if she's going to leave it alone, or stop wasting our time like Ray J and Princess. Now, this right here, Kojo, is what's wasting our time. These people are wasting our time. They're not wasting their time. They're wasting our time with this BS, okay? Just go get the paperwork done. If you don't want to be there, work it out with God later on. That's between you and him. And it is what it is, okay? Leave us out of the group chat.
Remove us immediately, because we don't want to know what you were doing while you were pregnant. We don't want to know that another man was effing you while you were pregnant. That's just disgraceful. And also, I think the whole thing of outing out a guy and saying, I am better than you, but you selected that guy. And I think as women, we got to start looking at this about, when you're thinking you're exposing the guy, you're actually exposing yourself. I don't know if this is what Kojo was talking about with Dr. Brian when you're doing her review about, her selection of men or whatever else. And I felt like she was trying to, make herself like she was higher up or above. But actually, those are the choices you're making with that partner. Like when Cardi B was trying to make it seem like she's above Offset. You were praising this man, saying it's the best thing that's ever happened to you, that he's changed your life, that without him, now all of a sudden you've always been above him? Girl, you're only embarrassing yourself. There's nothing like exposing a guy without exposing yourself. And I think I agree with you. I think she must get offline and do this in the privacy of her own home and just, hold her dignity and just break off. I don't know why they need to come online. It's just a lot. It's a lot. We can't even defend that BS. It is definitely wasting our time.
Well, I mean, listen. I'm never mad at a bit of dark hearts, isn't it? But obviously that's at the cost of her. But future Offset Offset is. See the thing with Cardi B, right? She's more than likely gonna go back. I hate to say it, and I'll tell you why. Because she's responding online and having a crazy one. She cares too much still. Because when you see women that are done, my guy, they are done. Like, you can press all the buttons you can press. That woman says she's done. She done. Like, she's moving in such silence. It's scary. Man, them know. The reason why I think Offset knows what buttons to press for Cardi B. And the fact that Cardi B is responding online, doing lives up, doing all this kind of stuff, it tells him that she's still able to be pressed at some point. So at some point, still in some shape or form, you know, she may looking likely to go back, you know what I'm saying to you? And yes, Tia may potentially also want to go back maybe in the future, you know what I'm saying to you? Because right now she's 2 years in and no man so far, and I'm not saying that's the measure of anything, but she's been talking about how she's been dating and it's no man, you get what I'm saying to you? She found out there's piss in the pool like everybody else. No, you know, with the Cardi B situation, I think she's got one more run in her at least. I think she's still got one more running her. I know she got her lick back, okay? And yes, I don't want to necessarily hear about the lick back. I'd rather you had been silent about your lick back. You know, that's when I know you're really moving steezy. You know what I'm saying to you? You know what I mean? When you move like Justin Timberlake and leave a videotape now, that would have been some crazy stuff, okay? But you telling the internet ain't the steezy move that you think it is. You know what I'm saying to you? But I understood why she did it. She wanted to get him back in anything. But just the fact that she's responding the way she's responding is telling me that she's more than likely going to go back for now. So let's not hedge our bets, and I don't think any of us are hedging our bets on her actually walking away, because she's still too reactive. I'm waiting for that day where she's like, I would even respond, but I haven't even got the energy to respond to you. I'm done.
Because let's have a real discussion psychologically. Yes. A leak back is not a leak back, is it? It's a leak back. You're only hurting yourself, not the other person. Like, it sounds great in the sense that you're thinking you're hurting the guy. You're hurting a guy who doesn't care. If he's been cheating on you,
that's fair. Yeah.
A lot of times he doesn't care about your well-being. This is more so the play, as in he loves the control of how he makes you feel, but he doesn't care enough to respect you and value you as a wife and as a woman. So this leak back that she thinks she's getting is actually just hurting herself. It's a humiliation on herself. Now it's on the internet. I don't know any other man, not because of who the status of Offset, would want her and value her as much as she, she won't get what she's looking for because of what she's done online now. And it's not because of who she's dated previously. It's because of what they would see her, the quality of woman she is. You know what I mean? They'd be like, if this is what you can do whilst you're pregnant, when it's a sacred time as a woman, you could sleep with another man. I don't know what man would think that's healthy unless they're into a fetish or something. And they will probably not want to do it, put themselves out publicly that this is my partner. So I think she will struggle moving forward. And he will always win because they're women who are willing to throw themselves at him at any cost. So I don't think she's going to leak back. And I hate that people are encouraging her because I'm embarrassed for her and I feel bad for her because her only other option is to go back to Offset.
I mean, there is a lip back that is a lip back. The lip back, if you want to damage a man and his soul, you have to take his best friend. That lip back there is an ender right there. That's the lick back. I'm not saying you should do anything like that, but if you are going to go for a lick back, you got to take out one of my soldiers. The one that I care about, the one that I thought would never do that to me. If you can take him out, that's a different type of lip back. There's no comeback for that one for me. You know what I'm saying to you? That's a chess move of game,
what I'm saying is, who is winning? We're never going to be together. I've hurt you. Now you've hurt me. Not. You can never trust to be back with me. And I did it because I wanted to get back with you. So it's a loss on all ends. That's what I mean. So I agree. I think in context, it sounds great. But in reality, it's a loss.
It is a loss, but at least it's a mutual destruction. Because at this point, that way I know that, listen, no matter what happens, you're going home crying. Because there ain't no man there's no man who has his best friend who sleeps with his girl is going to say, I'm going to walk it off. Offset would not be talking on the internet if that was the case. I'm telling you, you can't come on the internet and be like, you slept with my boy. You can't, because that's an indictment on you. How do you not know your boy would actually sleep with your girl? That is a finisher. So if you ever want to get a lick back, it has to be the man that's on his right hand side. Don't even worry about the dad. That one. The dad is not even. It's not even necessarily the dad. The one that's his right hand man that he said he would never. That's my boy. Are you right? That's my brother. That's the guy that I would die for. That guy. If you take him out and he sleeps with you, that is game, set, match. Now you probably will lose too, but he's losing. He's definitely losing. He will never try you again because that is family done. I'm just saying as a dark arts person, I'm not saying that you should do that, but I'm saying people choose the wrong people. They go and choose one guy they slept with, and Offset don't care about that guy, bro. Yeah, he don't care about that guy. If you want to play this game properly, and you want to take someone on, you want to get your lick back, you take out his boy straight out. That's the ender. It's finished after that. You know what I'm saying? Don't even worry about the brother.
Woman, don't do lick backs. It doesn't work.
Penny.
I think move and go and live in peace. You don't need a lick back. He's not worth it.
Take his king off the board, boy.
Penny, you gotta listen. Penny, you're nice. You're not kamikaze like some of us up here. Okay, some of us are a little kamikaze. However, and walk with me on this one because back in my day, y'all know I'm from dark arts, and so I think she's still in School of Dark Arts. I have graduated. I've been out by 6 months now. I might go back for my undergrad, but right now we're working on some different things. But just walk with me down this road. There was a time I would literally do something like this, and I'm not necessarily sleep with their friend or whatever like this. But if you're going to keep trying to publicly embarrass me, let's go there. Let's go there. Now I'm about to break your whole heart. And it's not because I don't love you or don't care for you, but sometimes I might be weak that I keep coming back to you, that this is my pride stepping in and checking me. Because listen to me. This is something I used to do for my pride. And once my pride kicks in, my pride tells me I can't go back to you. I can't go back to you. I have to do something so destructive that I know I will look like a fool if I walk back to you. If she walks back to him, she's a whole fool. You know why? Checkmate. Checkmate. Because look where you're back, girl. You can't do no better. My pride would have sat there and thought of this the whole time that I'm about to tell you this whole thing. And it's going to say, what I'm about to do right now is going to make it impossible for me to even think about coming back to you because I'm not about to sit here and give you that much satisfaction to think that I'm crawling back to you ever again. No, despite what I want to do, because I already know I'm too weak. I'm too weak to just do this on my own. So I got to do something that's destructive to myself. I have to break that negative part of myself that keeps coming back to you so much. I'm going kamikaze. So I'm hoping that's what she did this for. Because otherwise, like you said, Penny, there's no gain to it. But if she's trying to get her power back, this is part of how you get your power back when you're just so weak at somebody, weak in the knees for somebody that you just keep coming back to them like a fool over and over again.
And you know what makes it such a beautifully strategic move? Offset can't go approach his boy. He cannot go confirm, deny. He can't go fight anybody. You have no evidence of the fact. So it is just a matter of, I'm going to throw this here and there's nothing you can do about it. You are shadow boxing the wind. And that is how she finishes him. Because she has played a player that he thought was removed from the board. And she took his soul, literally, Offset. Took him out. So, unfortunately, she may have put her own reputation on the line. But when you're that petty or that hurt, and also we're dealing with some postpartum stuff, we will throw every player off the entire chessboard just so we can get our king to the other side. That's just it.
I beg to differ, and I hear what you're saying. If I'm in a destructive, toxic mode, I think that would make complete sense. But when you move away from that, it's definitely unhealthy, right? Because he has control over you that you'd want to put yourself in that predicament, and you have to live with yourself post all of that, right? He's not going to be there. If it is true, it isn't true, whatever it is, you've put your life on, you've put your, she said, you put your reputation at risk to prove a point that has no end goal, that's not successful, because he's still the father of your kids. You still have to co-parent with him. So there has to be some sort of relationship. I just think it's embarrassing on her part. Honestly, I think for women, it sounds great in practice, but it's not logical. It doesn't make sense in theory. Like, I just don't think it makes sense. So I worry that she's just embarrassed herself, and yeah, that's just my view.
But you're looking at it logically and that it has to make sense, and it doesn't. She's not in a making sense mode. She's in an emotional hurt mode. You hurt me, I'm going to have to reach out and hurt you. That's where she is. So she's not looking at sense and logic at this moment, Penny. And I hear you. You sound like a wonderful person. You sound like you are more on the journey to heal than I am. Because the pettiness, I totally get what she did. Don't agree with it, but I get it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, who are her friends? Because my friends will be like, girl, it's not worth it. It's not worth it.
They're definitely
It's not worth
Not if I'm your friend.
Yeah? If you were my friend,
I got friends that'll pull me off the ledge and just jump off for me. I don't know.
I'm definitely not calling both of you too. Listen, don't give me their numbers, Kojo. Don't give me their numbers. They're gonna be very soon.
You might need to be all our friends. Us top row right here, you might need to be all our friends because you might give us good counsel. Because us three together, we're gonna be like, jump off, and I'm following you.
You guys will be writing down the plan, the map, the date, how you execute it. You'll be writing everything down, honey.
Listen, I'm just saying. Listen, if she decided to sleep with somebody, what I'm saying is that you've got to go for the king piece of the board. There is no point taking one piece off the board because it's insignificant to the game, and you've got one chess move to make, and you've got to take the king off the board. So when I was saying that, what I'm saying is that if she was going to do this thing. I mean, listen, of course, he's sweating already with the fact that, she slept with somebody. But I'm saying if she wanted to really do the damage and sweep him off the board, there's no one else you can take off the board apart from his best friend. Because his dad, he won't care enough. It's like he's looking at you like you're disgraceful. Why would you do that? You know what I'm saying, Chu? His brother, okay, unless his brother and him are like literally mono, it's still gonna be something like, okay, it's my brother, but unless they're really mono. Like if they're really tight, then yeah, this can work. But the top one is his general, that's his right-hand man. Because your boy, you spend the most time with your boy, right? You walk with your boy. You've talked things with your boy. You've told your boy things about your girl, bro. You know what I'm saying, Chu? And the fact that your boy can look you in the eye and be the one that's sleeping with your girl is the ultimate move. So if she's going to make a move like that, a Steve's move, and go after and sleep somebody, I'm saying to you that, baby, if you're going to go dark, go all the way. Because if you're going halfway, ain't no point. Because you're just costing yourself more. You're costing yourself by going into that space. I'm saying if you're going to go dark, you better go all the way. Take the king off the board. You know what I'm saying, Chu? Take the king off the board. That's what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? Like,
Harper Stewart taught us that. Harper Stewart and Mia taught us that. Okay, if you watch The Best Man, you know what I'm talking about. And that's what we're talking about right now. She slept with. The only difference with that is she kept it to herself.
Yeah.
She took his soul and kept it to herself, and it came out through that stupid ass book that Harper, excuse my French, that Harper decided to write.
And then she was passing, so it was like you can't even get her.
Then she took her power back when she told Lance, "You're mad at me." Stole again. You just can't do it because if it's true with Takeoff, if it's true, which I don't think it is, I think she's just getting a get back publicly. But if it is true, she just can't get back. She can't. There's nobody to tell on her but herself in this case because he's not here. So
that's why it was an excellent strategy. Now she's got Offset in his mind, replaying every conversation, every interaction, every time he was not around that it could have possibly happened. Because there's no way for him to get an answer from the source. So yeah, I don't believe she actually did do it, but hey, I am not her. I am not her best friend. I'm projecting in that. I don't think she did. I just think she said it to put it in his mind, so it can bear fruit and he can be in a tailspin. So again, it was a wonderfully strategic move. So that tells me how far her dark arts go, because she still got it ready and one in the chamber.
Listen,
And
Elsie.
the way she oh sorry, real quick, Dial, I'll let you go. The way she worded it though, bars, because it really do leave you like the nights, or is this the studio nights, or like what nights are these?
What nights?
More than one.
Now you're thinking about that night that her and Takeoff went off alone. And you're like, wait, hold a minute. What?
Man, sick. Go ahead, Dial, my bad.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that. See, this is that real cerebral psychological warfare that only women can do well. We are so good at this, and this is why I feel like men, y'all really, for whatever reason, y'all have this tendency to treat us with kid gloves as if we can't give as good as we get. It's like, okay, no, I can't come at you with fists like face to face. True. But I'm a gut check you in a real way. And you're going to feel that for years to come. Because, Jay, you brought up a good point about the Best Men series. Because remember in the first movie, when they're, it's the last scene and you see, I can't remember Morris Chestnut's character, but he's saying his vows to Mia. And you can see him replaying all the images of what he thought that Mia was doing with Harper in his head. And he's like, that man is streaming tears, okay? She didn't have to say anything to him. She didn't have to put no hands on him. He felt it so much so that years later, he still can't even be around Harper. Like that's the kind of power that a woman has if she really wants to play that kind of game. Now, if you're going to do that though, you better be prepared for the backlash that's to come, because that's how you get shows like Snap. You better be prepared for those reindeer games. I'm just saying, if you're really gonna go there, because men get real predictable. I know some men who've been in jail for a long time because of games like that. So I hope she's being very careful. I hope she got that thing on her, or she got some cousins who ready to go do some real work for her, just in case. Because that's a dangerous game that she's playing right now. It's effective, but it's very dangerous.
I agree with you, Dahlia. I really do agree with you, because I do think it's very dangerous. We don't know, especially with a guy like Offset. My God. And she likes those street guys, they're very dangerous. She likes them thugs, honey.
Remember that scene off of Poetic Justice? That's what it's going to be. When Dennis Jackson's friend decided she was going to tell her man, that's why I was sleeping with what she would call it. And he was like, brushed his hair twice and choked her out. Be careful, ladies. And be ready to defend yourselves.
That's why her strategy was to also fall on the sword and harm herself as well. You can't say anything about me now. It's kind of like, I'm more seeing it as 8 Mile at the end of the movie when he rapped about everything that was wrong about him and took that out of your vocabulary. Because now what can he say about her? What can he say that she didn't say about herself? There's nothing he can say now that would, give a wound so deep. I'm sorry. She gutted him and she fell on the sword too, and her little victory dance.
That's interesting.
Okay, with Tia Murray, I have another point. I keep thinking about this stuff. Do you know what's okay? Maybe you guys could tell me whether this is talk outs or not, and I do feel like it is. Tia Murray's husband, what is his name? Cory.
Cory, yeah.
The worst type of, for me, anyways. I feel like this is what he did. He was obviously, according to her, it wasn't working or whatever when they were together. That is so difficult to be with a husband who's complacent or okay when you want them to do more, and then all of a sudden you break up and the guy is just doing well and everybody's looking at you as like you're the problem. I think that there's something there about him for me it feels very sneaky. There's something that's not connecting. I feel like she really struggled with this guy and he was probably just coasting for a very long time, and now that they've broken up and got a divorce, he's now, as you said, out of his comfort zone, trying out new roles, actually going for things, and now he's doing better. And possibly this is what she's been saying all this while, and that's maybe why she also wants to go back to him, because she's like, finally, you're the man I've been saying I want you to be. And that's very sneaky, because that happens a lot in relationships where you're with somebody who is just not moving their weight or pulling their weight, and then they get the divorce papers, or you break up with them, and all of a sudden they're like, oh, actually, you're actually serious, and they glow up. But I don't know, is this dark art, or am I wrong in seeing it that way?
Penny, I understand what you're saying and how you're saying it, but I saw it differently with Cory. I saw it as she's the more famous person, she's the more known name. So I'm guessing, because I don't know their household, I'm guessing he was more the stay-at-home dad, or he was more the stay-at-home person. And now that he no longer has to stay at home to pull weight in the home, he can be free to do what he wants.
No, I think he was an actor when they met. He was
an actor, but then he stopped.
Yeah, he was struggling.
They started having children. When they started having children, he stopped. I'm not saying he couldn't have done it. He could have made the choice to be a stay-at-home dad. We don't know.
From her discussion, I don't think that was the agreement. I think she said they struggled with the fact that he was not working as hard, or she wanted him to do more.
Understood. And he may have felt like the, early parts of his children's years, he wanted to be home for their achievements. There's nothing wrong with either one. They need to have the discussion as to what the home life looked like for them.
Well, there's a thing too where I don't know how she could have possibly want him to do more outside of changing his whole career in acting, because acting is a numbers game. He has to be able to get out there all the time. So if he's not able to get out there because I got to go to a child's school event, or I got to do this, or I got to run an errand for you while you're doing your acting thing, it gets kind of hard for me to take care of the business that I need to take care of. And she, of all people, should know that. If you can go as many casting calls, and it probably won't be until some years later that you actually start getting picked up. It's not until you actually start getting work, you get work. That's the crazy part about it. So there's a lot of factors in there on what it is, but I don't think the problem with it is Tia's doing all these interviews, but she's not actually being honest about a lot of things. So we are hearing her talk, but she's not actually being honest, because a whole bunch of people are complaining about the same thing about her, or in her circle. Her sister, Cory, there's a rumor to be a video of even her brother saying, when they pick who's the bossy one out of the twins, it's her. She doesn't look at herself as some of the problem, and that's always going to be the problem. It's everybody else that keeps doing this or not doing what I want, because I'm a control freak. I have to look at myself and say, you know what, I'm a control freak, and I can be a little bit overbearing to the people around me sometimes, and I'm working on it.
Who filed? Didn't she file?
She filed.
Yeah.
She filed, and part of her reasons that he went to. So you're telling me this man that's not working and not doing this stuff, and probably feeling some type of way because he's not working and providing, but he should take trips with you, and you were mad at him because he don't take trips with you. So which one you want? You want him working, or do you want him vacationing with you?
I personally feel like the reason why we're seeing him working now is because of the way that she effectively publicly shamed him for not working, which, by the way, as an actor, a lot of that is out of his control. I mean, it's not like, this is not the same kind of industry that somebody like myself would have. Like, I'm in insurance, so I got, I mean, it would be difficult for me not to get a job. I mean, you'll always need insurance. But for acting, especially as a Black male actor, there's not that many roles. And to be real, Cory is he's kind of Black people famous, but he's not on the same level as Tia Mowry. Tia is known around America. Like, that girl has been on the TV since she was a small child. I remember her from Goosebumps. Okay, so she's been in the game for a hot minute, and I think maybe she's comparing his career to hers, which isn't really fair. There's not that many roles, period, for any actor, let alone for a Black male actor. There just isn't. He doesn't have much control over that. And I think the reason why he's getting work now is because she shamed him. So now we see people like Tyler Perry effectively coming to his rescue and be like, okay, not on my watch, sis. Let me go and help him out. Because he did the same thing with Megan Good. I think he saw that that she was also getting her reputation smeared a little bit. So I was like, okay, well, let me go ahead and work with her too. Because I don't think he had ever worked in a project with her. And he's Tyler Perry's pretty good about that. He'll make sure that Black actors, they're eating. So if you're in between jobs, if you need a paycheck, Tyler got you. The role may not be what you want, and those wigs will be tragic, but you will have a paycheck. So he's good for that. And I think at the core though, the issues will remain the same, is that she still in her mind thinks that he doesn't have much of a work ethic, and it's just like, again, sis, out of his control. I don't know how any of that has changed at this point, to be honest with you.
And how long? What were they not married for? Like over 11 years or something?
Yeah, a long time.
Quite a long time. Now, but how long do you wait till the guy gets a job though?
Don't marry an actor, like, because there's.
At what point do you just say, babe, just go to McDonald's at this point? Just start. I'm African. I'm like, just go and work somewhere, honey, while we wait for this call to come through. Yeah, maybe that's what she was trying to say, and maybe he didn't listen. Do you know what I mean? It could have been.
And then she would have ratted on him about why you still on fries and not at the drive-thru. I mean, it will always be something.
You reckon?
Always complain
about the type is a nagging type. You reckon she's a nagging type?
Yes, that's what her sister says. That's what they say in the whole thing with the therapist and stuff. That whole thing is she's a da 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 da. It's always going to be something, and she's not understood. And I think it's her expectations of people sometimes is the issue. I'm waiting till her kids get grown enough to not listen to what she has to say or not to have her in control. And then when the kids fly the coop and she's an empty nester, who then is she going to communicate with? Who then? Who then is she going to graduate or matriculate to? Because there'll be no one left around her because she has pushed her family away. If her twin, who has shared a womb with her, is saying she is difficult, I'm sorry, I can't fix it. I would be running too like Cory. This is her twin. They have been raised together. They have been through the media and being child stars together. And she's having a problem? Ain't no way me as a husband meeting her later on in life is going to have any better, chance with her. Sorry. I ain't totally looking at Cory. I'm looking at her and all the people around her. At some point, is her. At some point. I appreciate the, stick up for the black woman whole thing, Penny. But at some point, it's her.
Oh, no. I can't stick up for nonsense. No, I just thought, I was just thinking about it because I thought, or how she places it is that he was obviously not working for the past 11 years or was struggling, and then she was the breadwinner when she was shaming him for not working. That's how she portrayed it, and obviously she's quite good at manipulating that. If it's coming out that she's the one who's bossy, so she fooled me. But
there's no way he can catch up. There's no way he can catch up with her being a child star from all the years and all the money and all the investment she has. There's no way he, at his level of acting, could catch up to her bag. So she can't measure him on that level because there's no way he can catch up unless he becomes a blockbuster star. There's no way.
Yeah, but this is also the first time I'm hearing him work, to be honest. Did he work at 11 years? The other extreme is not doing anything. I don't know if she was asking for, I don't know if I feel like that's what she was saying. Anyways, I don't know this people now.
No, I mean, listen, look, I think, listen, I like I said, I think it's twofold, you know what I'm saying to you? Because obviously, when we were hearing the rumors at the time, I remember there was things coming out with Cory saying to Tia, don't make a decision. I remember him saying that she should wait to make the decision. Like, she should calm down first and make a decision. I remember this was happening at the time before they were divorcing. This was kind of like the commentary that was kind of coming out. I think he had kind of said to her, like, yo, don't make permanent decisions on temporary feelings. I think this is one of the things that came out at the time, right? And this is why and listen, marriage is tough. So I'm not trying to be too tough on Tia. Do you know what I'm saying? We're just highlighting, but we are highlighting some things that we've probably seen. But yeah, I don't want to be too tough on her, because it takes two to tango, right? It takes him and her to make it work, right? I think both of them. I think both of them. I think no, not in what it is. And this is partly what I was saying about the Dr. Bryant situation, right? But this for Tia's situation. Your dad was in the military. Cory gives off that military energy the same way. You needed to stand up to your dad before you spoke to Cory. Because when you get into a relationship, you found someone who's very similar to your dad, with the same energy, right? Very disciplined. This is what it is. I'm not about to do anything different from the routine. If I said it's this, it's this. If it's that, it's that. Cory gives off that energy that is very regimented in what he does. And you've probably ended up marrying your dad. Now, whatever resentment, whatever you've not sorted out, whatever conversation you've not had with your dad, whatever, all right, okay, is now actually existing in the man that you've chosen, okay? And that pattern is being reestablished in that marriage. And so I would have, again, it takes two to tango. So it's not only just on her. I think there's some shifting that needs to happen for both of them. One thing I have seen, though, with Tamira and Tia, damn, they talk a lot. Oh, my God. And they are interrupters. And if you're a dismissive avoidant, that is the most annoying thing that someone can do to you. I watched Tamira and her husband, and on several occasions, he would talk. And if you watch Tamira's husband, you notice how quiet he is. Because when he does talk, right, in that, if you watch a video, there's a video I was watching, and they were doing it like about their relationship or whatever, blah, 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 blah. Okay. You know, in that situation, right? In that situation, Tamira was running and cutting off the husband, not in a bad way per se, but it's like, you talk too much. And I was looking at it, and I was like, looking at watching, I was like, that gets annoying after a while. He ain't checked it though. And I said, that's the same thing that happened with Cory and Tia situation, right? That we saw on the clip with Black Love. That when he said, listen, damn, let me finish. And she said, oh, okay. Yes, I watched a video where she interrupted her. And it's not like a bad thing. It's just that when he hasn't finished off the point of his story or finished off a sentence, whatever, finish it all the way, before they're like, yes, and and it's like, that energy, after a while, sometimes can be very annoying. Right, can be very difficult, and so if Cory also is not also being assertive about what his needs are and what he does not like, and it comes out passively aggressively, right, or comes out in the wrong way, which I said about comes out as the beast, not the lion, this also ruins the relationship too. You know what I'm saying to you? So it takes two to tango in that space, you know, and in that aspect as well. So yeah, I don't know, you know.
Lastly,
the parents. Go on.
Did you guys talk about Jim Jones and Chrissy? Did you talk about her? Well, I saw a picture on the thingy, the thumbnail. Kojo, you're on mute.
You're on mute.
Sorry, no. I said no. We haven't spoken to him, but I don't know if anyone wanted to add more before they change it to Jim. If anyone wants to add it before they can go for it, because I know everyone's spoken about it yet. Go for it, Dahlia.
The only thing left that I'll say on this, I'm quite sure that Tia has some legitimate complaints. That's not my problem, and I understand that with when you have two people who are both in the entertainment business, it can get really competitive, even if you don't mean it to, just because you guys are on similar tracks, and if one of you is easily more famous than the other person, and you're bringing in more money, especially when it's the woman who's doing it as opposed to the man. Yeah, it makes it difficult for the marriage to really thrive. Cory would have to be like he'd have to be really, what's the word I want to say? not composed, but he would have to be very assured in his identity and his worth to be able to handle somebody like Tia. And I don't mean that personality wise. I just mean like she's so well known and she's been working just as steadily, if not more so than him, but for way longer. So it's not going to be simple being married to somebody like her. I think that she probably has some legitimate complaints. How she went about it, though, I have a really big problem with. And I've noticed that it tends to be women who do this. Is we do this thing where we like to publicly shame men. We just talked about Cardi. Cardi's doing the same thing. I don't think that you're really helping anything by publicly shaming your man. I don't think that you're going to win any favors. And even though Tia is done with him, other men are looking at her and assessing her value as a potential partner, saying, okay, well, if you're willing to go effectively humiliate someone that you've been with for well over 10 years, what you gonna do to me? I would want to tie myself to somebody like that. So I think that's something that she really needs to consider and check and deal with before she gets into a relationship with somebody else, if they even want to. Because I'm not really, connected to the celebrity world like that, but I haven't heard any mention of her dating anybody else, or at least somebody who's famous. And I'm sure this is probably why. So yeah, that's definitely something for her to consider. As far as Jim and Chrissy are concerned, I don't know nothing about that. You're gonna have to clue me in because I have no thoughts on the matter. So yeah.
All I was gonna say is I don't want anybody to give me a shut up ring for as long as Jim Jones and those two have been dating. They've been dating for probably a century now. Honestly, they're close to 50 and no marriage in sight, and he's engaged or they're engaged forever.
I'm glad you have boundaries, Penny. Some of us in the world clearly don't.
No, I'm not even trying to be above. No, honestly, I hope I'm not sounding like I'm above. No,
No, you're not, I'm
girl.
not saying that. I didn't make it sound like you above or whatever, but I'm just saying like that's just comes with boundaries. You're just not going to tolerate being on the side and waiting for somebody for a long time, and that's just respecting yourself. You know what I'm saying? Some of us we just don't know how, or we never knew how, or we just refuse to, whatever the case may be.
Hey, with Chrissy and Jim, I'm sure you would have even been like, sir, when are you going to marry me? Didn't she propose to the guy? She proposed to him.
Absolutely, as she should.
And Jay, are you going to say even then it's a boundary? No, please.
No, it's a boundary. She don't. If that's still a boundary, I propose to you. You still ain't made a date or anything like that. You're still crossing a boundary. But this is a boundary for her that she obviously didn't set for him. So he's just going to keep pushing the goalposts each chance he gets, or whatever. You're giving him too much free range. That's what the problem is. She's giving too much free range because she's not understanding her value and saying, you know what, enough's enough. Let me go put my stock into something that's going to give me an investment. Why are we sitting here? Why are we sitting here in this position? That's the things that she need to ask herself while she's sitting here making these idle threats to a person who obviously didn't care in the first place. He was getting the cow. Why do you want to charge him for the milk? Like, you're doing it backwards, you know what I'm saying? So it comes with the boundaries. If you're sitting in a relationship 10, 15, 20, 30, 100 years, at some point you got to sit there and say, I'm doing this on my own. I can't keep looking to this man and saying, why you not marry me? Why am I sitting here waiting for him to marry me?
Maybe that's not your husband.
Clearly. It just comes with self-love. That's all I say. When you start loving yourself, and what Coach O put on his list earlier, you start understanding your needs and realizing that the people you like don't like you because they're not aligning to your needs. Both of y'all needs are not aligning or in alignment in the first place. That's a self-love thing, because now you're giving up you and all who you are for a person that don't even see you. That's crazy to me.
And you know what will really sting? when they're done and he marries somebody within 2 years of being with them.
I think it says something that the only thing I know about Chrissy is that she's been with Jim Jones for a long time and wants to be married to him, but still isn't. That's literally all I know about this woman. And I was just telling somebody in the chat, it's like, look, either you need to be honest with yourself that you don't actually want to get married, which is fine. That's totally fine. Or if you do, and it's at this point now, it's very clear that Jim don't want to marry you, leave. Pick one. This is, and I'll never forget this. I had a conversation with my mom, where she was telling me about one of her friends whose husband was constantly cheating on her. And my mom told her, you either need to let that man cheat or leave. Like, stop complaining, because she was complaining for years about him cheating, but would never leave. And she would never really do anything about it. And it's just like, yo, dog, you don't have to choose misery. You really don't. You can absolutely just leave. She's not even married to him. Nobody's stopping her. At this point now, you're actively choosing misery. Okay? I'm so tired of people being delusional about this stuff. And it doesn't have to be hard. I promise you it doesn't. You can be single and it's fine. It really is.
Dahlia, could it possibly be in the same vein like people who can't say the word no? The same paralysis of leaving?
Ooh. Why? Because they're scared of the outcome?
Exactly. Exactly.
Some people is perfectly wrong.
I can see that.
So I could see it. You know, she has a life she's grown accustomed to with him, with the good and the bad.
Okay.
You know, she is with a gentleman who is in a certain lifestyle in the music industry and other industries. Maybe, you know, she can't see herself with someone apart from that. And where would she find someone that she'll be happy with? And then, as we all said before, she needs to be happy with herself.
Well, then hush, because clearly you have decided, if this is indeed the case, you have decided that your main priority is financial stability. That's what you want. You want somebody who will be able to maintain you, or, you know, to be able to maintain whatever you've been accustomed to at this point. But along with that type of stability may come a man who's going to cheat on you or treat you like a dog. And you've clearly decided that you're cool with that. So if that's the case, hush. I don't want to hear no more about him. Okay? He's not going to marry you. Accept that fact. Accept the little Birkin bag he buys you every now and again and move on. Otherwise,
just get your name on documents.
More about your piece, then leave him.
Right. Just get your name on some documents. It doesn't have to be a marriage certificate. Just, you know, protect yourself and your lifestyle. If anything happens to him, make sure you got a power of attorney. That's it.
Facts.
And you know what worries? She's such a beautiful woman, though. She's so gorgeous, so gorgeous. Like any man would want her. Just a beautiful woman. What hurts me is also that she's wanted kids, and because he kept stalling and not marrying her, she's now above the age of getting kids.
Is she really?
And
I thought they had kids.
They don't.
No,
he has his own kids in previous relationship, but not with her.
Oh, snap. I didn't know that.
So he's stolen all her prime years because now she's 53. He's
Wait.
No, not stolen. Not stolen.
Not stolen.
Okay, she's agreed to it.
There you go.
She left them doors unlocked. She left them doors unlocked.
The things we do as women, though, like, it's so scary that how that could happen. Because when you watch the show, because I used to watch the show, you could tell he claims he loves her, and he's very possessive of her. So when she does try and leave, you all guys are right. Like, you always try and find where she's staying, or like try and get her back, but he just won't marry her and give her kids. And I think that's very selfish.
But it goes back to the same thing I said about Cardi B. You teach a man how to treat you. You teach people how to treat you by not having boundaries, by not having standards, by not having principles, by not having morals. because then you don't have anything for them to go against. Like if she wanted kids, guess what? She would have left this relationship knowing that she's not getting what she wants. I'm not getting the marriage. I'm not getting the kids. I must go find what I need. She didn't want that. She wanted Jim. This is the way you get Jim. This is the pay. You're paying for him just to be here because you're not going to get him the way you want. Sorry, ma'am. Because obviously there's something that you're doing, unfortunately for her, is something that she's doing or hasn't done to make him say, I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to go ahead and walk down the aisle with you. And you know why? Just like Coach said a little while ago, a couple of years later, if they do have an official split, a couple of years later, he might find somebody and walk down the aisle because they're either doing something or requiring something of him to make him step up and give them what they want. She's not doing that.
But seriously, why do men do that? Like string somebody on along, and then
this is a question
but
for
why?
you.
Because that's so bad. Because clearly, yeah.
What do you mean the man stringing her along? She is holding the string too. Wait a minute. I don't get this stringing along. It's like spaghetti. You had to slurp it up too. I mean. Let go of the string. He can't string you along if you ain't holding on to the string.
I'm convinced he has juge. I'm telling you. It's some black magic. There's no way. 20 plus years. Oh, the D must be good. I don't see it. I'm not lying.
There are other perpetrators of the D. You can go elsewhere. Do not think there's only one professional out here. I'm sorry. Go out there. Do not close yourself off to one market because now you've been committed to this man who ain't committed to you, who had fulfilled his kids elsewhere. Just go. This whole thing of it must be good with him. It's good with others. Explore. Go.
Coach O, I got a question for you. So, okay, you're a man. You deal with other men. Like realistically speaking, if you were talking, I think you have a sister. If you were talking to your sister and you're giving her advice about being with a man, like what time frame would you give her and say, okay, like real talk, you need to cut ties with him. He's not going to marry you. Move on.
I mean, obviously, my sisters are still quite young, innit? So, like, what, 21, 24? You know what I mean? So, listen, my sister's 21. I'm not going to tell you 2 years. I think, you know what I mean, that might be a little bit too early in our modern day society. 2 years might be a little bit thingy. But I would also be telling her, listen, you're also in a danger spot. Because at 21, you think you've got all the time in the world. You don't. Right? And this person can end up taking a lot of your good years. So I would be telling her, listen, you should be having some conversations of intentionality about if that's even on his mind. But you know what I'm saying, Chu? And you should be looking at where you're trying to go with this relationship. So I would if you're 21, I'm giving you maximum 4 years. Because once you hit 25, listen, all bets are off. You know what I'm saying to you? All bets are off because it's your good years, not his. He may be feeling like he's too young for that. That's fine. Let him go. Cast him away. Cast him not away too much. Let him go. You know what I'm saying to you? Because your good years are about to be worn. And I think when a woman gets to 25, you get into a good space. You've learned some things. You've seen some things. You've experienced some things. You're now mature enough to make some really quality decisions as well. And so, listen, you get to that 25 stage, you should be asking, listen, when are we looking to get this done? You know what I'm saying, Chu? If he then starts going on like, I'm not really sure, my friend, start packing them bags. Yeah? Start packing them bags because he done had you for 4 years, up to 25. He ain't going to think about it now. Right? You know what I'm saying, Chu? Because... And I'm even giving him grace because, like I said, even at 21, 22, if we're in the faith, especially if you're in the faith, these are the conversations you're having anyway. And especially, I don't know if anyone's doing it, but if you're going to be having sex and you're young, listen, you also are asking yourself for trouble too because you're like someone said already, the milk has been given for free. Listen, and if he's a young boy too, he's also thinking, what am I gonna get married for? I'm getting it for free. What am I gonna get married for? It's scary. So for me, it's like 25 gets that stage. We don't need to waste time. I think when you're past 25, you should be looking at 1 to 2 years tops. Because honestly, honestly at that point, Anything else than that is going to be a waste of time, because that person should know. And sometimes, of course, listen, you may not have everything in place, but we should see plans in effect. Do you get what I'm saying to you? We should see plans in effect. We should be like, listen, hey, look, we should see intentionality. Your parents, maybe the parents are starting to talk or whatever. Because the only thing that's probably going to stop you is money. Let's just be honest. At that young age, the only thing that's going to stop you is money. So I need to be seeing stuff that is intentional. Are the parents meeting? Are we talking about this? Are we connecting? Like, are we starting discussing things? Like, we should be putting things in place. I'm not expecting you to have all the money in the world to get things sorted, right? That can maybe take a little while, but there should be that intentionality that's happening. And the longer it takes, the more danger you're in. The more danger. I remember I had one of my friends. I said to him, bro. I said to him, family, listen. I know you're like, what, 26? About 24? No, he's about 24. He's going on 25. I said to him, bro, let me tell you something now, yeah? Look, I'm a hard-headed individual, okay? At 25, I was hard-headed, you know? And thank God I didn't marry the girl I've got. But you believe this girl is amazing. And trust me, other Negroes know your girl's amazing. I'm telling you, bro, put the work in now and marry. Don't try to make this don't try to spend all the world trying to earn 60K to spend on a wedding, because it's gonna go to pot. Find some money, get this marriage done, and get it done. And I said to him, I was telling him, because the reason why I'm saying that is because the longer that relationship goes, the more danger people get into, because people start thinking like, what's going on? Why is it taking so long? Then they start weighing up their options. When people start weighing up their options, we're now in a very dangerous place. So Jim Jones has no excuse, but for the young people, them, I would honestly, you get to that 25 mark, ladies specific, you get 25 mark, no more than a year or two max. And if you're not having any conversations around in that 1 or year 2 mark, we're not seeing any movement with family, yeah, start packing your bags, because he probably isn't thinking about it at all. He's not intentional, and that's okay, but he's got to go. Don't try to give him a little grace or whatever. You send him packing, and if he really is serious, he's going to come back with a plan. I'm telling you. If he don't, you know where he's going. He's got to go where he's got to go. I'll say 1 or 2 years, max.
Okay. Agreed. And you have to look at both, because they could be blowing hot air up your behind by saying yes, and talking marriage, but not actually doing something actively towards it. So you have to watch what they say, if they say, and their actions behind it. But I'm sorry, Coach, in my 20s, I was a 2-year, because people like to tie you down.
I agree.
Sometimes they like to tie you down, so you're not out there exploring and finding what's better for you, possibly. And then, as you say, a waste of time. You're not going to waste my time, because my time is mine, and I'm not going to try to reclaim time, because the thing is that I have total autonomy on my time. So if I need to get up and go, if I need to leave, walk away, because what I'm not doing is I'm not starting the conversation, because I need to see your intention. And, you know, I've seen intention like really quickly, even when I didn't want to see it.
No, real spit. I'll say, like, honestly, that's a major steez right there as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you don't want your time to, like, I said this on, I don't know if I said this on the video. I said, like, I said on my Dark Arts podcast, but I was talking about this, like, as a woman, you set a bar for me to reach, and if that man really likes you, he will reach that bar, right? So if you're intentional about the fact that, listen, I'm a serious person when it comes to marriage, I want to get married. If you set that bar, he has to meet it, right? He will. There's 2 men, one that will. You know what I'm saying to you? Because when that man likes you, he puts all the stops out to try and get the fact that he likes you, so he wants you. So that's why that's why, like, for instance, I don't like looking at people who are outliers. For instance, we see wonderful couple who are married, and I love them as well. They're one of those Kadeen and Devar Ellis, right, are what I call an anomaly, right? Because they were dating for a very long time before they actually married, and she was putting pressure on him for time, and and then they finally got round to it. But they're an anomaly. They moved in together, everything like that. Like, that is an anomaly. They're not the norm. You know what I'm saying to you? But if you put a bar up there for that man, and of course, listen, because one of the things that's very scary for a lot of men is that they're thinking that, you know what, I'm gonna have to spend 40 bags on a wedding. Listen, can I be honest with you guys? If you're spending 40 bags on a wedding and you can't put 40 bags down on a house, you are wasting money. Okay, no offense, weddings are amazing. They are great. They're wonderful. But we are a new generation. We're not stupid. We are smart individuals now. 40 bags on a wedding when you can't put 40 bags down on a house is mad. You know what I'm saying to you? It is one day. You know what I'm saying to you? So I'm not about to feed all these mouths for 40K and not have nothing in my bank for a house or other investments I need to make. It doesn't make any sense. We are a generation that likes to sometimes please with the eye, but not making real sensible decisions. Somebody who's making, and that's also an indication about what kind of partner you also have. If you're a man, you should be watching that. If you're a woman, you should be watching that too. Spending all that money, and it's not about being a money thing. It's about where priorities are lying. Nobody's saying go and marry in a hut or a shed. What I'm saying to you, no one's saying that at all. But let's not make that whole day to be like I'm spending 40 bags, but I can't spend 40 bags elsewhere. It doesn't correlate very well, and that will let you know about whose mindset is correct, and which is why conversation about marriage is very important, so people can both sit down and be like, you know what, yeah, 40 bags ain't it. Listen, we can maybe do 10K, maybe max. Maybe we can do 5K. You're gonna find your way, whatever's gonna work for your level, because everyone has their level. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Else since I got married. Listen, and here's what and it's my last point. I'll let someone jump in. Here's what I recognized. COVID taught us about marriage, because people couldn't marry with more than 15 people in a room and nobody was complaining. Nobody was out here doing the most extravagant thing. People were getting married. I went to several marriages in COVID, and listen, we were in a hall, 15 chairs, decorate with white. You said your vows, okay? You had a little reception, everybody went home. Yeah? Easy 2-3K max. Nobody complains. You're married. You're happy. You can now kiss your bride without fornicating. Good gone, right? Soon as COVID is lifted again, people now want to spend 20K, 30K to put a massive haul on to show everybody that you're getting married. Bro, people are going to eat your food for free and never contact you again. What is the point? Again, it's not to say that we shouldn't spend money. It's to say that I think we should get our priorities right. That's what I was saying.
Okay, so this is not about the marriage thing part of it, but somewhat. So I've never been married. Of course, y'all all know this already. I don't even know if I have real intentions to be. However, would it be better if people just continue to date people up until they're engaged? I'm not saying sleep with anybody or any of this stuff like that, but like you keep seeing somebody until one of your prospects is actually serious about you. Or would y'all just say just exclusively dating for those 2 years, that person, in hopes that by the end of 2 years they propose to you?
Wait, say again, that last part, Jay?
The last part was, or do you exclusively date somebody for the 2 years? Say you would say the cap is the 2 years, and you just exclusively date them with hopes that they are going to marry you, or do you just continue to date around until somebody gets serious with you? Meaning propose.
Oh, okay.
I got thoughts on this one. So
after.
I got ate up in the comment section about this. I don't know if you remember this conversation, Coach. But I said before, I don't believe in boyfriend and girlfriend, and I meant that. I still do. I think that's a dumb phase, because you're effectively redshirting somebody with no real intentions on marrying them. It's a nothing burger. Like, what is it? So I personally feel like you can date around until, like you said, Jay, until you get real intentional. Like, okay, I'm eliminating people. They're not working for me. This person here, this person I'm serious about. Now we're dating. We're getting more exclusive, and it's with the intention of marrying. And then at that point, either you or him need to be the one proposing. I say it should be the man. That's just me. But when he proposes, then at that point, y'all exclusive, and we can start getting down to the nitty gritties about. I love a good background check. I like having my family involved. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I know other communities, they will literally have family members check each other's, check their partner's jobs just to make sure they're on the up and up, and check each other's families out to make sure that ain't no lies being told. that there's no child support liens that we don't know about. So stuff like that, I'm totally okay with. But this whole idea of we just boyfriend and girlfriend for an indeterminate amount of months or years, nah, I'm not with that. Mm-mm.
Okay, lovely Dahlia. Let me throw salt on this wound. So, in your analogy, we're dating other people until you propose.
No, so we're dating other people until we start whittling people down. So you start off dating multiple people, and then you just cutting people down until you get down to the one person that's like, okay, no, this is the one who fits what I'm looking for. They meet my standards, and it's a mutual thing. And then at that
But they're
point,
not your boyfriend.
Huh?
But they're not your boyfriend.
No, because to me, in my mind, boyfriend is just like, it's a stage where you stay in for an indeterminate amount of time. It's like, no. We're exclusive now. We are heading towards marriage. And really, I don't even think you should be getting all that exclusive until somebody says, proposes to you. That's
okay. So here's my theory with this and how you're saying it. And I may be collecting it wrong. I do leave room for that. For me, the whole, you got to talk. You got to say what your boundaries are. I mean, you don't have to be as aggressive as I am, but you can certainly say, hey, we dating other people. I got roasted when I said somebody's what used to be a Mr. Tuesday, Thursday. So you are dating people till you whittle down to who you want to see every day of the week. My thing with the boyfriend, girlfriend, sometimes people need titles so they know restrictions, behavior. There's a certain connotation to it. And I would need that time to see how you move. Can you handle a monogamous relationship?
Okay.
So even if you don't label it boyfriend, girlfriend, or whatever, I would label it because that's the connotation that some people in their mind says, okay, this is exclusive. This is my girl. This is my man. And I'm not going to, go outside of this relationship because otherwise it's helter skelter till the ring. And then it's like, I got this ring. Now I got to wait a while because I need a while to see how you move in a monogamous relationship, if that's what we're doing. Because the ring don't mean a thing till we sign that paperwork. For me, I need to view how you behave within the confines of a restricted relationship. And that's when we have conversations before the ring, because I don't need you asking me if this ain't what you want. We got to have some real paved roads so you know if this is the road you wish to drive on.
Okay, so let me clarify, and then I'm going to push back. To clarify, in my mind, when I'm thinking of boyfriend and girlfriend, I'm more so thinking that we are not only exclusive and monogamous, but we don't really have a time frame for how long this is lasting. And the reason why I say I don't believe in it is because so often what I see is people, they're just together for literally years. They'll be together for like a good anywhere between 5 to 10 years, and there's no actual progress being made. And it's just like, I don't agree with that, where you're just parked in that stage for however long that you want to be. I don't agree with that. So that's my first point when I say boyfriend and girlfriend. That's what I'm thinking of. To push back though, I don't necessarily believe that I need to be with somebody for years on end to determine whether or not that they can handle being monogamous or being a good partner. And this is why I said you should be getting family involved, that there should be background checks getting run, because I think that kind of character ought to show up in your life well before you start dating exclusively or having the intention to marry. The idea that you're going to be financially stable, or that you're going to be a hard worker, that you're a person of integrity, that ought to show up in every aspect of your life. I ought to be able to see that in the kind of relationships that you have with your family and friends. If you're a Christian, then I should be able to see that in your relationships within the church. I ought to be able to see that in how you carry yourself at work. I should be able to see that in the kind of money that you have. If you're just spending indiscriminately, if you got savings set up. And I've dated guys like that who I could tell were intentional just because of how they handle their money. It's like there's things that I can see in you separate from you even being with a woman that shows who you are as a person. And at that point it's so consistent that I'm willing to bet it's not going to change when me and you get married, if that makes any sense. Now, obviously, you're not gonna be able to know everything, but that's the risk that you take getting married. You could be partnered with somebody for 10 years and it can still switch up on you. We certainly heard horror stories like that. That's the risk though. But I think that it's a risk I'm willing to take if I can see that you have been consistent through every aspect of your life. And that's some stuff that I should be able to see when I'm, rifling through your life, dating you. So yeah, that's what I say to that.
Here's my thing. It seems like a lack of communication. It seems like a lack of communicating your boundaries, because as I said, when I used to date in my 20s, it was a 2-year limit.
And you told me that up front?
Heck yeah.
Okay.
Heck yeah. It's the whole, we wish to be, when we're having the conversation of, hey, I'd like for us to be exclusive. And I'm like, my exclusivity is 2 years, till, we need to be talking marriage or getting married within 2 years. We need to have that conversation. We could be 2 years together, and I need to see you making moves towards marriage, basically. If we could get married in the 3rd year, we could get married in the 4th year, but we need to communicate that way. I am not having you waste my time or my eggs for more than 2 years. So my thing is, I think people just don't, we don't say no. We don't say, no, I am not going to sit here for 5, 15, 20 years waiting on you. I'm going to leave. And I have had that conversation of, hey, 2 years are ticking. I don't see the moves that I need to see. And then it's like, oh, well, you ain't going anywhere. Okay. And I go where I need to go, which is away. So again, as Kojo says, the anomaly, that is me. I stick to it because you, as you said, you got to teach people how to treat you. It's like, I didn't know that you were going to leave. I said I was going to leave. You have to take me at my word. And I left.
Yeah, I actually agree with Elle. I don't know if I've been saying your name right. Elicid?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, so I agree as well. I think communication at the beginning, especially when you're starting to date, you have to set your intention. You have to be clear about what you want as a woman. And then you have to gauge whether the person is on the same path as well. And then I do think you do need to be exclusive as well. I do think there's a difference in how people are with their family members. And as we even said about being church and whatnot, people can put up an act. And one thing I've learned is men can act really well. They could be great partners outside, good church goers, but when you're together, that's a whole different ballgame. I think we should probably acclaim to why marriages are not working. Sometimes you'd be surprised that the people you thought were great behind closed doors, it's not, what it pans out to be. So I think you do need to be in a situation where you're just exclusive as a partner. You're able to judge their behaviors in terms of their appetites, for risk, for, habits. Those are things that you only can tell when you're around somebody, and their friends and families may not know. Is that person prone to porn? Do they enjoy all this? Things that could impact your relationships long term. I think you need to be able to observe, and that could take time, which I think 2 years is a good limit. Because the other thing also, I am also scared of guys who want to marry me too quickly. Like if I meet somebody and they want to propose within the first 6 months, for me that's a red flag. That's too soon. So I think a 2-year mark is great enough, because I want to know, who are you really? Because to some people it might be exciting that it's 6 months, but actually I don't know you enough to make that decision to give you my life, because marriage is for life. And I remember somebody saying to me, staying is easy, leaving is hard. Staying is the easiest part, but leaving is the difficult part. And I suppose we're seeing it with people like Chrissy and all this relationships where people just find it very difficult to leave. So you need to know who you're marrying. And I think if you communicate it throughout the whole process, especially when it gets to the 1 year mark and you feel like this is the person you want to be with, you could be like, hey, we've come to a year now. What are your thoughts? Where are you? Are we still on the same path? Because people could also change. You might think you get to 1 year and he's like, I don't think this is the right thing for me. And that should be okay as well. So yeah, I think 2 years is the max for me, and I will leave as well. I definitely do leave.
Well, see, here's the thing. Now I got to throw salt. So I feel like a lot of women will say that up front. It's like, oh, I'm going to leave if you do this and you do that, such and such. I'm sure Chrissy, she said the same thing, and then they didn't. And like we were talking about before, Kojo, when we were having the live about flirting, men know who to try, right? Because at the very beginning, they'll start testing you and throwing out, certain words or catchphrases, or they'll say little jokes just to see what you'll respond to, what you say yes to, what you'll push back on. They know if you're actually going to enforce those boundaries that you just erected, because some of those boundaries are real weak. Like I can just run right through them, and some of them are straight up brick wall. Now for Elsa, it sounds like she's got like castle level boundaries, right? Like, nah, seriously, I'm firm on this and it's not going to change. And the men in her life understood that because she was consistent all throughout her time there. It's like I'm sure there's probably stuff that they tried you on. It's like, nope, not today, not gonna happen. But for other women like Chrissy, clearly that wasn't the case. So it's not even just like a matter of just marriage. It's like, okay, you said that you're going to be strong in this area, but you're weak in others. So I'm willing to bet you're probably weak here too. And and that's what'll end up happening. And this is why, and I stand firm on this, is I do think you need to invite your friends and family into this whole what's the word I want to say? This whole process, because they can help you where you're weak. Like if you know that you're weak when it comes to erecting boundaries, or not erecting them, but enforcing them, then have your family and friends step up to you and say, hey, you need to head out. This is not for you. Because you're right, leaving is hard. It is difficult, but you should be able to have friends and family to help you with that. And you should also have them be part of the process and be able to tell you, hey, something is off about this guy. I know he said he's such and such and such, but we just came over from his church and I saw how he was operating, and I don't think he is who you think he is. You ought to be able to have people in your corner who can do that for you. I don't think that it's reasonable to expect one person to be able to do the entire vetting process by themselves, especially when it's something as serious as marriage. You should have a team around you for that. What are they there for if they can't help you?
Yeah, I agree. But also you have to bear in mind, everybody has their own issues. You'd be so surprised when you're in a relationship that a lot of people are trying to make sure you're happy. So whatever you tell your friends and family is what they'll go off on. So I feel like I think they can vet for you, but people can't make you leave a relationship. So Chrissy and Jim, all their family members are involved. If anything, the mother is too involved. That's her problem. And yet nobody has ever pulled Chrissy or Jim Jones on his behavior. His mom is always coddling him and, actually made her seem like she was the villain for a very long time. So you'd be really surprised how family members, depending on what they're getting from the relationship, whether it benefits them. And this is me being also, what's the word? The British, when you're not positive. So I think that you're putting so much value that families are always going to make the right decisions. I think they could influence your decision, but they can't make you, decide. And I think it's great that you have that community, but not everybody can have that. And even if you did, it doesn't mean that the partner would be amazing.
The Spanish call it, enchulado, being madly in love. Even when you're, street slang will be enchula. You gotta, communicate clearly, and you gotta, at least, as Dahlia just brought up, have the family and have a support system, even if it's not your family. Like Penny said, even if they're yes people, I'm not telling you what you want to know, but certainly go into it with your eyes wide open. Go into it with your eyes wide open and, be aware of your blind spots and have the support system to help you see beyond your blind spot.
Well, guys, listen. It's the time. It's been a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful conversation. You know what I mean, guys and ladies? 4 hours of wonderful content. I've missed this. You know, it's been a little while since I've been able to sit on a live for a couple of hours. I don't get to do it as often because obviously the coaching and stuff. But it's been fun doing this. Obviously, next month we have Ready to Love, Married at First Sight, Love is Blind. So I'm going to have to find a way to host all these lives and host these panels with you guys. So yeah, I'm gonna have my work cut out for me next month, putting on all the lives as well. So I actually need to put up a community post. So if you do guys want to join one of the 3 show panels, mostly obviously Ready to Love and Married at First Sight, I'm going to do it on a Thursday night for Married at First Sight as usual. We used to have, if it's still on a Wednesday, if it's still there. Ready to Love's on a Saturday.
It's on a Tuesday now. Maths is on a
it's
Tuesday.
On Tuesday now.
Yeah, they screwing up.
I'm gonna find a way to slip that in alive then, because I'll be coaching on that Wednesday night, man. Okay, on that Tuesday night going on to Wednesday. Okay, we'll find a way. Maybe we'll still do it Thursday. We'll see, because obviously maybe that's the time we can do it. So, but yeah, we'll get the panels going for that as well. So we'll have Married at First Sight, Ready to Love panels going as well. So if you guys want to join, if you guys want to have your say, if you want to be involved, you can email me, or when I put a community post up, you can obviously put your hat in the ring, as they say. All right. But listen, guys, I'm tired. I'm gonna go to bed. Okay, the Lord is calling me to bed. I've been in there 4 hours. You know what I mean? I'm an old man now. You know what I'm saying to you? Those COVID abilities, they ain't the same no more. You know what I'm saying to you? I ain't the same no more. But yeah, no, next month's gonna be really fun, because I think we're gonna have a lot more panels, a lot more lives with you guys as well. A lot more conversations. I've got the series I'm doing now, Kingdom Marriage series as well. So I've started reaching out to a few married couples and stuff like that. People who have been as well married for a few years and stuff like that. So if you've got a favorite couple you want me to reach out to, hey, you know what I'm saying to you, I would say let me reach out to them, but I say reach out to them as well, okay? Because some of these people don't be responding to me, but if you reach out, maybe they will. You know what I'm saying to you? 2 is better than 1, they say. You know what I mean? Someone said I'm preparing for marriage. You're damn right I am. Damn Skippy. Listen, I'm just going to turn up one day married. You know what I mean? You won't even know. Just turn up married. Just with a ring my hand. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, no, listen, it's been an amazing conversation. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I used to have the blanket, you know what I mean? And but yeah, we look forward to hosting you guys next month and having some fun as well. Don't forget as well, obviously we've got the 100 Club next week as well, guys. So the link is in the description box. If you haven't done so already, go and join up to the 100 Club. We have these kind of conversations behind the scenes every month. We get some real conversation behind there. This is quite tame, you know what I mean? We can't say all that we wanted to say, you know what I'm saying to you? So if you've enjoyed it, if you had fun, join us at the 100 Club next week, Thursday. Oh, Wednesday is for you guys, isn't it? Wednesday? No, Thursday. It's Thursday. It's going to Thursday, right? Yeah, it's Thursday. Yeah, it's Thursday night. Yeah, it's Thursday night going into Friday for me. So, but yeah, join us for the 100 Club. We'd love to see you guys as well. And don't forget to join the Ito prize draw as well, so you can get you can win tickets to Ghana. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be there, so I'm gonna be there for 3 months. So at this point, you should go and grab your ticket as well from the Ito. It's like $4 or $5. You know what I'm saying to you? And listen, you can enter a draw and potentially win a ticket to Ghana. So it's something you can do. All right. So listen, I'm going to love you and I'm going to leave you. Okay. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. There's not much I wouldn't do. So be safe out there in them streets, and I will leave you with the Ito video as I always do as well. Okay, guys, be blessed.
Mika Turkson, writer and producer for Ito, and I'm here to announce an exciting
Hold on a minute, baby. You're going a little fast now.
Opportunity for all of our food lovers and adventure seekers out there.
We are giving you guys the opportunity to come to Accra, Ghana for just $6. Yes, I said it, just $6.
Imagine exploring the bustling streets, the vibrant markets, the iconic nightlife in this inspiring city that helped us build Ito. But that's not all. The lucky winner can join us this December for all the excitement and celebration. As you know, Accra has a lot to offer, from all the unforgettable moments and festive activities. Don't miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to experience Ghana with Ito. Enter today and you could be our lucky winner.